back with either a measured response, an adult response, or walk away. Don't let yourself be provoked this week, is what I'm trying to say. Everybody's very on edge. So, um, honeyed words. Well, there's some sort of biblical quote, but I can't. All I can remember is honey because I'm hungry. Um, but be the person who pours oil on troubled waters, or just pour oil on the person who's annoying you. Okay, okay. Laura, you still there?
Yes, yes. Hi.
Oh, yay! Good. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. All right,
Thank
I like to
you.
connect people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday? You don't
It,
have to tell me the year. Yeah.
yes, April 22nd, 80.
Oh, I have shoes older than you. Please. Um, oh, you're a Taurus. We love Tauruses. I think that's Shakespeare's birthday. Cool. All right, my love. You feel like you've got a couple of questions bubbling in that extremely active noggin of yours.
Yes.
Do you want to address the love and happiness question or the career and focus question?
Oh, happiness.
Yay. Happiness is good. Okay, let me just see here. Oh, you're so lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you are. You had a great energy. Here's the thing. You're taking care of everybody else. Everybody else.
Hmm.
I think you probably noticed that you're in kind of a transitional time. I mean, I could say that to anybody, but you really are.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. When we outgrow our limitations, we can feel like, who am I now? Because a lot of us think our limitations are our identity. You know, if I've always been
Yes.
a flake and suddenly I'm not a flake, it's like, who am I? And when we outgrow, when we become soft shell crabs, let me explain that. Um, hard shell crabs molt during spring, and their hard shells fall off, and then they've got these very tender shells, and they're very vulnerable, but that means they've outgrown their old shell. So so try not to get eaten with garlic butter and parsley is not actually the moral here. What I mean is, until your new sort of identity hardens, let yourself be surprised by what you love, what you're good at, who you're interested in, who you don't want to talk to anymore. I'm going to keep going, but am I on the right track here? Is this making
Yes.
sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um, and a lot of old stuff has sort of fallen away from you. And there are some friendships that, what's the expression? People are in our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime, or
Right.
for us to borrow money from. Um, but I think you've outgrown a lot of people. And I think you're also thinking about what your next almost career is. You're starting to take your considerable intelligence seriously.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. What was that?
Oh, my friend turned on the radio.
Oh, good. Hit him for me. I thought I was hearing things. Um, Now, it feels like you were in a long-term relationship for a long time. It feels like that ended maybe 2 years ago. I'm going out on a limb here. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
sort of.
And sort of, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. A little longer, 2 years, but yeah.
Okay. Um, a multiple of two. How's that? I'm gonna cover my butt here. And I feel like there's a part of you that feels you'll never have a relationship again, and I feel like there's a part of you that's
Yeah.
dating. But here's the thing: don't rush it. Don't worry. Usually, it's the moment when we say, "I can't even remember what being in love feels like. I'm fine with being single for the rest of my life. I'm okay with that." Usually, that's the moment that we get run over by the love truck. And I actually think that within the next 6 to 8 weeks, you're going to be, again, surprise seems to be the theme of this show. you're going to be surprised because you're going to meet somebody in just sparks. Um, and you'll know because you'll have some really bizarre things in common. Like you'll have a tattoo of your aunt or something. Okay, maybe not that specific, but you might. You know what? You'll just trust me. You will know, and it's really not far off. Also, you think you're too old or thin or not thin or what? You're lovely. You're absolutely lovely presence. I get the feeling you're physically quite attractive. Not that that matters,
Oh,
but it's nice. Do you have dark
I don't
hair?
feel that way, but thanks.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why I'm saying it because I look back when I was modeling and I thought I was hideous. You know, it's like
Right.
if I could go back and tell that girl, you know what, just like yourself, enjoy this. It's
Right.
not going to last forever. Do you have kind of high contrast coloring naturally? Dark hair, pale skin?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, beautiful. I love your coloring. And you have very unusual eyes, and I think they're slightly almond shaped. Is that correct? Nice cheekbones, too.
Yes.
Yeah. And then little chin, you got a little chin, it's so cute. Almost a heart shaped face.
Oh,
Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Almost
sorry,
a heart shaped face.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
How
you're
wild.
I love being right. It's my favorite thing. You're going to be fine. You really are. You're going to be just fine. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not even trying to borrow money here. Do you have
What
kids?
about the one that I'm speaking to right now? There's a guy that I'm.
Yeah, he's good.
There's a guy yeah.
He's not forever. You know that. He's Mr. Right now, and that's fine. You're not actually that into him. I think you think you should be, but you're not. He's not smart enough for you. I'm sorry. I'm kind of blunt. You need somebody who challenges you on more levels. Don't settle. You don't have to. So hang out with him until this new guy comes along and then dump him unceremoniously. Ethics. That's my specialty.
That's good stuff.
All right, my darling. I've got, I think, Jenny in Queensland, Australia. So I'm going to go give her life-changing advice. But you stay in touch. I'd like to know what happens. And I really do think 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, please do. I'm Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. You can reach me on my website, which is perrylyons.com, or on Facebook, or just since I'm psychic, you can just think about me and I'll call you.
Sounds great. Thanks.
All right, sweetie. Take care.
Good night.
Bye. Darling Queensland Gold Coast person, are you still there?
I am indeed. Hello.
Oh, hello, darling. How are you? Oh, God. I used to live in Sydney. I miss Australia so much. It's so great.
Oh,
Everything
really?
there is, oh, God, yeah. Everything there is 13% bigger, brighter, and weirder than it is here. And I just love that. Including you, in fact.
You make me laugh. Yeah. No, you're right there, though. You're right. Very much bigger, weirder, and, variety.
Oh, so everybody was better dressed than I was. And I'm a New Yorker. So I was like, I'm going to teach you rural people what, oh, damn, these people are better looking than, damn it, they're better dressed. Man, I got a big slice of humble pie. So, my angel, speaking of fashion and fabulous stuff like that, I think that's something that you're probably part of. You're very creative. How can I help you? Oh, and tell me your birthday first. That's how I connect to people.
My birthday? Okay. Yeah. The 10th of December. You want my year as well?
If you feel like it.
Yeah, 1964.
Oh, you're a dragon. Oh, you're a Sagittarius dragon.
I know.
I'm coming over. We're going out for beer. You're awesome.
Yeah, the golden dragon, isn't it? I think.
Yes. It's a great year. I'm a tiger, so tigers and dragons get along great.
They would.
Yeah, they would. Well, we beat everybody else up. You're kind of a boss lady. You're very good at running stuff, and you're very entrepreneurial. You're very creative. You're cool. Cool. How can I help you, Miss Cool? Or Miss Cool?
I didn't think I was cool at all. No, I'm just wondering what's happening for me.
What's coming up?
Coming up soon, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm just a bit confused and everything. Like I'm a bit lost. Like just wanting to know if there's anyone around or what's going to be happening in my life, or
I'm going to reframe
tell me
the
what I'm going to
confused.
be doing.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it clean. I'm going to reframe the confused thing for you. Thank you for catching that. I'm going to reframe the word confused for you because I think it's interesting because when people call in, they often have similar energies or frequencies. They're going through similar things. I think you've actually, again, kind of outgrown your old self. You're a very powerful person. You just are. You know that. You're a boss lady. And you are entrepreneurial. I want you to have a clothing shop. I don't know why, but I want you to have like I want you to be like an influencer in fashion and fabulosity. You have a fabulous quality about you. Now, the other thing is you look 15 years younger than you are. So on you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very cute.
I have been fortunate in gene pool.
Yeah, you have. Well, it's I think you're half Slavic or something like that. You've got that. Looks like you've got. Oh, you got almost all of these skin. You got great skin. And blonde streaks. Am I seeing you right?
Well, I've had it all done and everything. I used to, do the blonde streaks and everything like that. Obviously, they're grey now these days, but
Oh,
no,
that's
pretty much me.
Okay, one thing I think you're doing is you're telling yourself you're too old for stuff. You're actually entering, I think, one of the absolute killer diller best times of your life. I mean, guaranteed. I think that you have to stop being nice, and you're thinking, I'm not nice. You can be because you're scared of your own power a bit. Power is not anger; they're not the same thing. And you're a little scared of your own anger, and that's a family of origin thing, and I'm not going to get into that. But I would start doing one thing a day that scares you. Take some sort of risk. I don't mean like skydiving without, skydiving while holding an anvil. Not dumb risks. Who does that?
I think I know. Get out of my comfort zone. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's some stuff that you can do. And there's some people that you should be around. It's time for you to kind of level up your, I like your friends. They're lovely. But it's time for you to kind of find people who challenge you and are a little more on your level. You need to, just stop thinking about age altogether. Okay? Just stop, because you're talking yourself out of a lot of stuff with that. And you come from a really long-lived family, at least on one side. So I'm seeing 92 for you. So don't even bother with, I've got a friend who's in her 60s who gets a lot more action than many of my friends in their 30s.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah. I think you're catching my
between drinks.
Yeah. Are you single now? I can't quite tell. Yeah. Okay.
No.
You are and you aren't. It's a little confusing. There's somebody in the background, but it's kind of like he's either a particle or a wave. Tell me what's going on there.
It could be something that someone I don't wish to ever see ever again.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah. He's around though. I know he is. He's not a good person in my life.
Whoa.
And there's also another one who's no longer around in this living life, and I'm sure he buzzes around every now and again too.
Yeah. So these people have crossover,
right.
or just vamoosed. There's somebody coming up for you I really like. But I want you to have fun. I want you to buy brightly colored clothing, and I want you to dress inappropriately for your age. And I want you, because for you, the best thing you could do every morning is ask yourself the following question. All right, darling, what would the happiest woman in the world do right now? And then do that because you have such a talent for joy, such a talent for fun. And I think that you've been sort of bending to other people's. I think I think a lot of people have said, "Well, you tone it down a little. You're just too much," or they've given you
Yeah.
that impression. Don't tone it down. You're not too
Mm.
much. You are fabulous. You really are. I'm a very good judge of people. Um,
Thank you.
so yeah, burn down the house. I mean, not literally, but that would be bad unless you're insured. Um, if somebody's coming up, probably not for another 4 to 6 months. You're in Queensland.
Yeah.
You're gonna meet
Yes.
somebody.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a lot of friends there. I'll fix you up. Um, here's what I would recommend if you want to meet somebody, whether male, female, llama, whatever you want. Go to live music because I think you like live music, and it's very something about seeing music live just brings your soul to life. It just does. Um, and this, go to a beach, something around. Motor down to Bondi and hang out with the tourists and have bad champagne and huge shrimp. Jumbo shrimp. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? Jumbo shrimp. Okay,
Very
we
good.
have 2 minutes, so I'm going to stay with you if that's okay. Um,
Mhm.
there's a young man and a young woman in your vicinity who look like you, but I don't know if they're your children or not. My children thing seems to be broken today. So, are these just random
Oh
people?
no, no. There's a tricky one actually. Like, could it be a sister or could it be like?
Yeah.
No,
Do you have
yeah.
nieces? These are like nieces and nephews or somebody. Are you going to go? It would be really good if you wanted to go visit some family. You're a brother and a sister, right?
Yeah, I've got 2 sisters and a brother. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I was adding a sister in there. I figured we'd already talked about
No,
that.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Who's the one with kids? Well, 2 of them have kids.
Yes, they do. My brother doesn't, but my 2 sisters do.
Yeah, they do. Go visit the sister you like. Something good's going to happen if you do that. I think I like your brother too. He's a little staid, but he's fine. Yeah, I would do that. It's funny. I don't know. I'm getting this very strongly. I have no idea why. If you can take a weekend and go hang out with your sister and her kids, something good will happen. I'm not sure what, but it's going to change your luck. But your
Right.
luck is changing anyway. Your luck really is changing. You had kind of a crap.
Righto.
This time last year, you had a crap year, but things are changing for the better. Woo!
Wow. It's nice to hear.
No, but it's going to. Give it till the turn of the year. And go to the beach a lot, because I know it's different. You're opposite us. Anyway, I've got to go. You are wonderful. I'm so glad you called. I get the best people. Mwah! All right, guys. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Salutations. How are we all doing? Good to see you this week. I hope the week has been well for you. I hope you've been able to cope with the energies and deal with life that it throws at you and everything else. Because again, this past week, the energy has been up and down and very sort of round and round and causing disruption within our own lives. But we have to just get on and deal with what we got again on with. But also we have to be centralized and synchronized with ourselves to know exactly what it is we want in our lives. So I hope that we're all doing well. Please write in, call anyone who wants to have a chat or get any messages or readings or anything else, or just ask any questions, understanding, learn about the energy of the universe and life and spirit and what's all around you and the differences and how it affects you in your everyday life. I mean, it does affect us all in our everyday life. We do have, very subtle differences. We can have mood swings. We can have hormonal changes. We can be around people that can offset us, that push us off our life path. We can have people that advise us wrongly. We have people that advise us correctly. But how do you know what's right and wrong? Listen to your gut instinct. Listen to your stomach. Listen to that silent voice deep within you. And once you become in tune with that, you start to realize that your own voice, your own soul will never see you wrong. It will guide you. It's only us as humans that resist it in our ego that thinks we know better, or we listen to other people. That must be the right thing to do. But it's not, in actual fact. And I've come to learn over the years that sometimes we just need to listen to our own self, our own silent voice, trust and believe and have faith in our stomach, in our gut instinct. And when we have that, we tend to have a little bit more confidence in ourselves. We have a little bit more confidence in our decisions. And then we realize that sometimes we have to make decisions, sometimes we have to make changes, and we have to try our best to, pick the right answers and go forward. And some of the decisions will cause disruption, will cause others pain. But eventually, if it's the right decision, everything will turn out exactly how it's meant to. Everything will turn out how it's meant to be. But it's our own human ego that stops us. But to stop me rabbiting on and to discuss things with other people, got Louise from Bradford in the UK. How you doing? You there, Louise?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Are you?
I'm good. What can I do for you today? You got anything to say? Are you a spiritual person? Do you believe in spirit and energy and something else?
Yes, yes, I do. Yes, I believe in spirit, believe in energy.
How do you connect to spirit? How do you believe, we connect as
Uh,
humans?
so, through energy, but also I've done mediumship myself. I'm a spiritualist myself. I've just not been taking part in it for quite a bit now. And I do it through energy, through voice, through images, through thought, connection. Yeah, I'd say it with energy.
So you understand that, like you're saying, you do it through energy and everything else. You understand that we're all connected.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Even animals, living things,
Yes,
trees,
very
everything that's
connected.
living,
Yeah,
everything is
nature.
connected.
Yes,
Yeah,
all connected, all one.
I understand. Would you understand though that also, as I'm chatting to you and I'm just chatting to you, I do feel in you an energy of frustration about what's going on around you in your life at the moment.
Yeah, yeah,
You just would
definitely.
you understand? And I know we're talking about connections with energy and spirit and things like that, but would you understand that I feel that there's a bit of a discord from you towards spirit? I mean, don't mean this horribly. I mean this completely. Understand? Because I totally understand. But would you understand that I feel that you feel spirit could do a little bit more than what they're doing?
Yeah, yeah,
Does that make sense? And again,
yeah, it makes sense.
I'm not saying it in a horrible way at all. Please don't think that. I'm not saying I don't feel that you're led by ego or anything else like that. It's almost like I'm getting the feeling that you're trying to do so much and you're trying to deal with so much, and it's almost like you are crying out to spirit, say, "Come on, help me out here a little bit here."
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? But would you
Yeah, of
also
course.
understand that I feel that there's one or two people, I would actually go with two, but there's one or two people that are around you that are not exactly helping the situation. If anything, that feels like you're banging your head against a brick wall regarding them.
Yeah, yeah,
You
definitely.
know, you're trying to explain how things well, not need to be done, but how things are and everything else, and it's not that they're just taking a different view. It's almost like one of them's being a little bit obstinate and trying to sort of redirect the energy to go elsewhere for their own ends. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, have you considered? Right. Just being shown. Have you considered to say it's almost like one of those situations where you could turn around to someone and say, "Do you know what? I'm not going to deal with that anymore. I'm going to leave it all to you, and you just get on with what you got to get on with."
Yeah, I wish I could. That's how I feel sometimes.
I understand that, but if you did that, you'll still be keeping an eye on them to make sure it's getting done right, or the other people are being
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
after. Do you know what I mean? So don't panic about that. But it's almost
yeah.
I'm
Right.
being shown almost like you need to turn a bit of attention to you.
Yeah,
Where you do literally say to somebody, right, you deal with that. I'm going to go on there. And if you don't like it, tough. But I'm going to have a few
yeah,
weeks of
yeah,
doing what I need to do. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. Of course, yeah, 100%, definitely.
You know. Also, give yourself a bit of love, Louise. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And I mean, personally, just within you and your own energy, give yourself a little bit of love. You're actually worthy. You're actually a good looking lady. I don't know what you look like, but I'm being told this, but you're actually worthy. You're actually a good looking lady and you're worth more than what you think you are.
Yeah, of course.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Um, Also, find the little love in you to love who you are as well. Tell yourself that you actually love yourself, and you need to. I'll say need. You do. It's entirely up to you what you do. Um, but it's almost like it's not even a self confidence. Just start believing in you again.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
You're getting these. I was talking about it before you came in. You get these gut instincts. You get these gut feelings, but you don't really act upon them.
No.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
that gut instinct, that silent voice that's within you, that's your own soul.
Yeah, yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
That's your own soul saying, no, don't do that, do this, or whatever. So try and start to
Yeah,
correspond between a gut feeling and what it is you're meant to be doing. So try and start to learn what that gut feeling is, whether it's a warning or don't do this or go ahead and enjoy yourself, whatever. But try and
I just
start
get
to
mixed. I
distinguish.
get mixed up with. I get mixed up with what's what I'm meant to do and what not.
That's
You know,
what I'm
instinct.
saying. You
It's an hard
totally know
one,
what
isn't
you
it?
mean. Totally know what you mean.
Yeah,
It's one of the hardest things to do
it is.
is to separate what's you, what's spirit, what's your gut
And
instinct,
what's
what's
not?
energy,
Yeah,
what's
it is
this,
hard.
and totally
You don't know whether
understand.
to act on it. Yeah,
So this
yeah,
is
it's
what
a
I'm
funny
saying.
one.
As regards your gut instinct, as regards that silent voice in you, um, try and if you meditate or do circles or whatever, when you meditate, try and focus on your stomach and learn the difference, because you will get different feelings in your stomach and they will
Yeah,
mean
yeah,
different things. So try and
yeah,
learn. It's like when someone's got a food allergy, you sort of play around with food to work out what it is. It's almost like that,
yeah, yeah,
playing around with the feelings to work out, when you get one feeling and you do something thinking that's right and it goes wrong, then
yeah,
oh
yeah.
right,
Remember that
right, that
feeling? Yeah,
feeling
I see what you mean.
means
Yeah,
the opposite. Play around with it, and over time you will start to learn all these different feelings, what they mean and how it means to you. I'm also being given a warning as well. Don't listen to too many other people with what you should or shouldn't be doing, because that could end up taking you off your path, because you could end up doing something that's right for that person but may not be right for you.
yeah, yeah,
So do what resonates with you. So you try all these different things. You get to realize, oh, I like that. That felt good. That means it resonates with you, and then you should carry on learning that, doing that, whatever. And if there's
yeah,
something that
yeah,
doesn't feel right, then you've got to work out why isn't it right? Why? So if you don't feel right, then that's your own soul saying something's not right.
yeah, yeah.
And you got to
Oh,
work out, well, okay, something's not right. Well, what is it that's not right? And then you rectify that or whatever, and you deal with whatever you've got to do. So
yeah, yeah,
you could do all that. I'd highly suggest, if you're not already, joining a circle, things like that. Although I wouldn't say just necessarily a circle to do about spiritual development and mediumship and that. I would say a circle that's got people in there that understand about energy and how many different layers there are. And it's not just on about
yeah,
psychic or mediumship, it's also about synchronizing ourselves to our own soul and connecting to the universe and all the energies and
yeah,
animals
yeah,
and matter and everything. And if you can find a
yeah,
circle that believes in that and does that, that would highly help you develop.
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Not
I
just
appreciate
spiritually,
that.
medium-wise, but you as a person as well. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
of
Because
course.
that's because I run circles and do things like that as well. But it's one of the things I always say to any circle I do or anything that I do like that, or any energy sessions I do with people, it all starts with you.
Yeah, of course. 100%.
You know,
Yeah,
people say to me, how do I connect to spirit? And yeah, I teach that, but I connect to me. I am spirit. I'm spirit in a human body having a
yeah.
human experience.
It does.
So I'm not.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm already spirit. You're already
yeah,
spirit, Louise.
definitely. Yeah,
My
definitely.
parents were already spirit. Every human, every living thing that walks
It's
this earth
spirit.
is
Yeah.
spirit of some kind. So
Oh,
connect to that
definitely.
first. Connect to that part of you, and you'll find as well that when you do that, you must have heard about shadow work, yeah?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we all know it. Most of us know what shadow work is, and those that don't, shadow work is when you deal stuff about you that are past traumas, past triggers, things that upset
yeah,
you, things that make you negative, feel sad, down, depressed, whatever. We deal with those past stuff in our lives, childhood traumas, blah blah blah.
yeah,
But in doing that, in our spiritual development, by dealing with our shadow self, it teaches us a lot about us and who we are as people, ourselves individually.
yeah, definitely.
And that
Yeah,
makes
thank
us
you.
better people as well, because then we become less judgmental. We understand that people do
Yeah,
things. We may understand why they do them,
definitely.
but
Mhm.
even
I've
bad
learned that.
people,
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do we hear stories about bad people that they done something bad because of it was a behavior that they were taught, or if they didn't know any different, or they were
And they've
angry,
been
or
abused, or they've experienced that abuse. So yeah, definitely. But you understand
exactly.
that when I've got a lot more compassion now, and I can feel a lot more empathy for people. I really feel that connection. I feel for people when things happen to them, even though I don't know them. It's
That's
really deep.
lovely.
You can you can feel for others, can't you? Really, yeah. But I didn't
That's
use
lovely,
that,
Louise.
so it's as I've got older and learnt that,
That's
yeah, and
lovely.
dug into my traumas and stuff, yeah.
That's so nice that
Yeah.
you said that you become more compassionate, more empathetic.
Oh,
This is what I'm
100%,
saying.
yeah.
When we open ourselves up and understand how we feel and what things are, we can then understand how other people feel, or at the very least, like you say, give a little bit of empathy and a little bit of, a little bit of love, just to let them know that they're not on their own and that things can be dealt with if people talk and communicate.
Yeah, cool. Definitely.
I mean, how many times in your life, Louise, have we've all been frightened of that confrontational conversation or that argument or whatever, but then when we finally build up the strength and sit down with that person and we have that conversation, even if it turns into an argument, at the end of it, how many times we realize, you know what, I didn't see it like that.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
You
It
know,
happens,
and
doesn't it? Yeah.
they think the same thing. Oh, I didn't realize you thought it like that, and so on. But by the very fact that we've communicated and talked, you suddenly
Yeah.
removed any barriers, and you suddenly realize there's an understanding there that actual fact they're not your enemy. They're just trying to get on with life just like we are.
Just like we are, yeah. Everybody's trying to get by, yeah, cool.
Exactly, and everyone has their own battles. It's like you, Lou. I don't know every step of your life to get you to where you are right now and this point that you're on this radio show talking to me, but you have. Your life, your experiences has got to where you are. So how can I
Oh,
judge you? I don't know your steps. I don't know your life.
no.
But
No, exactly.
what I
It's not
can
our place
do,
to judge, is it?
what I can do is give you empathy and say to you, don't worry, Louise, everything's going to be okay. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything I can
Yeah,
do to
cool.
advise you, guide you, help you, or just be a friend to you to help you on your way?
Yeah, definitely. It's just that it's nice, though. It's nice for people to be there and say that to you. It helps you when you're in that situation yourself. So that's why we should always reach out to other people and do the same.
Exactly. You're bang on there. And I think that's a great note to finish on. So thank you for calling in, Louise. And
No,
I hope
thank
you
you.
listen
I appreciate that.
next week. But if you wanted to check me out, I am on the internet, theuniversalmechanic.com. Have a check, send me a message, and I'll always reply. But you take care, Louise.
Yeah, will do. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Take care.
You're more than welcome. Take care. And I do have another lady on another line. On line 2 is Loretta of Miamisburg from Ohio. You there, Loretta?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you doing, Loretta?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good. What a lovely name, Loretta. We don't hear that name often
Thank
here in
you.
the UK, but what a lovely name.
Yeah, you don't hear it here in Ohio much either. Pretty old
I'm going to
name.
say, Loretta, as soon as I'm talking to you, I've got an energy that's coming in that's full of passion. I'm not saying you are, or you're not, but I just feel like passion, as in Hispanic. Someone's doing some flamenco dancing and there's real passion and romance and red hot bloodedness all around you, or someone in spirit that's connecting me, but there's a real passionate energy around you, and I don't know why.
Oh, good. That's a
Sorry?
really good thing, right?
Oh,
That's a good
very
thing,
good.
right?
Oh, very good thing. I'm just wondering, can you understand why I'm getting that energy though?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe
Well,
so.
there
I've
you
been doing a
go.
lot of energy work.
As long as
Pardon
it
me?
makes sense to you, as long as it makes sense to you, then that's perfectly okay. But I do. You're saying, is that all good? Oh, trust me, it's a very good energy. It's a very good feeling, because as I'm just sitting here, I'm being uplifted and I'm feeling really quite excited, and it's almost like it's either going on now, but there's some good stuff going to be coming into your life pretty soon, and I feel really quite excited. I feel like a child at Christmas waiting for Christmas Day to come. Do you know?
Oh, it's funny you say that, but not really funny that you say that, but it does resonate because I am having some issues with my daughter, and she's keeping my granddaughter from me. And
Right.
Spirit has been telling me that she's going to be home before Christmas.
Yeah, I really feel that something good is coming, something really quite exciting. And now you've said what you said, I can feel that emotion there as well. So it's going to be a really quite happy, but happy emotion. But I do feel there's going to be a coming together of energies, a coming together, bringing the family back together. So that would relate to what you're saying. So, and I feel really good. Just hold on to that. I feel it will come by Christmas or at Christmas. And I do feel that there's going to be a thawing out. I do feel that there's going to be an understanding from your daughter's point of view. Something's going to happen between now and Christmas that's going to make your daughter see one or two things in a different light and start understanding almost where you were coming from. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes complete sense.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But one thing I am going to have to say to you, and I do apologize for this, there's nothing you're going to be able to do. You've got to just sit back and let this happen by its own course. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes,
There's
it
going to
does.
be one or two times that's going to be a little bit hard for you where you want to get involved or say something or whatever. I'm just being shown the best thing you can do is just be you. Just be you. Um, Carry on with your own life, and then whatever happens with your daughter, that will happen naturally, and then that's when things will start happening, and then you'll get contact or communication will start up again. Um, can I also say, what's your grandchild? Is it a boy?
A girl.
A girl, right? Okay, remove that then. Why is there a concern about a young male in your family around you?
I can't think of any. I have one
I feel
grandson, but
it
he's
doesn't have to
older.
be a baby. It doesn't have to be a baby boy or anything else like that. But I feel that there's a younger male, whether it's a child or a teenager or a young adult, but there's a younger man. There's a concern about a younger male around you and in the family, and this is coming from spirit. Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to give me a little bit more spirit. Let me know. Right, there's a young male that's showing me he's slightly going off the path slightly, and I'm getting the word rebellious, and I don't know if it means rebel as in southern rebel or anything else, but I get him a feeling I'm getting the word rebellious, that he's starting to rebel against somebody or starting to rebel against authority of some kind. And at the moment it's still savable. He's not fully gone, as it were. I will also admit that I'm seeing a motorbike or a motorcycle of some kind around this male energy as well to try and identify where this energy is. But there's a concern about a younger male who's being led astray by other people.
Okay. I mean, my nephew, he's kind of drinking a lot, and he has diabetes, and he's not taking very good care of himself in that
That's
manner.
right. There you go. That's the younger male. That's the younger male. And I feel that he may be around people that are not good for him, that may be contributing to his drinking, to his issues that he may or may not have. But as soon as you mentioned the young nephew and the drinking and that, I knew straight away the spirit are actually genuinely concerned about him because he's listening to the wrong people.
Right, right.
Okay.
I
Just for a little bit of lightheartedness, Loretta, I don't know why Spirit are bringing this in, but why are they showing me sweet corn or corn on the cob and they're laughing about it?
Now, what is it? Sweet corn?
Sorry? Sweet corn, corn
Did
on the
you say?
cob.
I don't know. The only
They're
thing I
showing
can
me
think of is, go
They're
ahead.
showing me a corn on the cob, and I don't know if it's a logo or they're showing me just the corn on the cob itself or sweet corn, but they're showing me something corn on the cob. I don't know if it's a picture, a logo, or an actual thing, but they're finding it funny. There's something funny. It's a logo, it's a picture of some kind. They're showing me a picture with a sweet corn or a corn on the cob on it or something. I don't know what you guys call it, but sweet corn on the cob. They're
Yeah,
showing me
corn
a
on the
picture.
cob.
Yeah, corn on the cob. They're showing me a
I,
picture or a logo or something, but they're finding it funny.
it might come to me later or something. The
I
only
was
thing
just
that I really relate to is my mother. She used to cut the corn off of the cob when she ate it, and I do the same.
okay, that
And
could be that. But I'm also being, as soon as you say, I'm also being, don't dismiss it. just keep it in your mind, and you might see a picture or a logo or something that makes you laugh. And if you do, and it's got a corn on the cob on it, be aware of where you are and the energies that are around you in that moment.
Okay. I can do
Okay,
that.
because I think you will see or feel something that will be significant to what we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, so because all I'm just trying to say is spirit give us messages and signs all the time. It's just us that miss them or are not aware of them, or that we don't really quite take it enough on board. So all I'm saying is, if you can't fully relate to what the sweet corn reference is, don't worry about it. It will show itself, and you'll have that moment where you go, "Oh, I get it." You'll have an epiphany moment. Um,
Mhm.
can I also ask? In the last week or last couple of weeks, have you been praying or asking for spirit for something
Yeah. Yeah.
in specific? Well, I've just been
That's
told they've
good.
been seeing you praying and asking spirit specifically for something, and they're saying, and all I'm being told is, we've heard you, we are doing what we can.
Yeah. Yep. It's been longer than the last couple of weeks, but I have been connecting more with spirit here lately, and I can feel the energy more now than I've been doing it for years, but I actually started connecting with crystals,
Why are
and
they
I can
showing?
feel the
Okay,
energy. Pardon me?
carry on, crystals. Carry on. Yeah.
I feel that energy through them as I'm meditating, and it's just really, I feel like I'm connected more, like
Yeah.
I can feel and hear more, unless I'm talking to myself, but I don't feel like I am.
Well, they're saying they're hearing you. Whatever
They're
it is you've been
hearing
asking,
me.
whatever it is you're trying to do, they are actually saying they're hearing you. This is the other thing we have an issue with, us being human. We always naturally assume, we're asking anything, and because it doesn't come our way the way that we believe or think or assume it's going to happen, we then think that we've not been heard or whatever. This is when it comes into the cliche of be careful what you ask for, because you might just get what you ask for. So what I'm saying is, you'll get what you're asking for. Spirit are guiding you, and they'll show you, but it will come to you in a way that you won't expect.
Right, right. Well,
Does
as
that make
in
sense?
the last month, that makes all kinds of sense. Quite, but like my biggest concern has been my granddaughter, like I said, and it has, it's been going on for quite some time. It's been the last couple of years, but
I
mainly
do
with my
feel
daughter for a long time.
I do feel a thawing out of relations, and a resolution to all of this is close. Okay, so don't stop fighting, don't stop giving love and light, and I do feel Christmas could be a major turning point for you.
And that's what I'm praying for. That come to me today too, or it's been coming to me. It'll be
But there
back
you go.
before Christmas.
How lovely is that? If he came to you today and then I've said the same thing, that's spirit's way of trying to confirm what they're trying to get to you. So have belief and faith and trust in spirit. You've asked them to bring them to you. You've asked them to see your granddaughters, and they're going to do as much as they can. I'm so sorry, Loretta, but I've run out of time for this evening. Please take my love, and I hope, and please stay in touch, because I'd like to hear how you get on in the future, and I hope that you have a wonderful Christmas. But I do feel resolution is coming close. I do feel a bringing together of hearts and of relationships and friendships and family. So please take my love. Thank you, everyone, and I hope to see you all next week. Take care and see you soon. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the mini medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the mini medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am sitting here trying to get all of my stuff ready. It's been a crazy day today. I've got a lot going on. I can't wait to share with you all. And so as many know, when I do my Wednesday night readings, I'll get visions and I will see numbers. And the number for today is the number 63, which I don't know why I'm seeing 6 and 3, which is really interesting that it's such a high number. And so I just go with it and I trust. And so I thought, well, before I hop on and start my show, I better hurry and count these cards out, because I sure don't want to waste any time counting the 63 tonight on my show, on the podcast. So because we are live, right? So anyhow, I hope you guys, I hope you all have such a beautiful week. Hopefully you all are feeling the relief of the retrograde being done. We're kind of out of that post-retrograde, so that's even more amazing and more beautiful in my opinion anyways. I actually, what was interesting, I listened to another podcast, and it's actually, if any of you know who Alison Dubois is, she is the original, the medium that is what the show Medium is based on. So, and a lot of her experiences working with with criminal cases and doing a lot of criminal profiling. So anyway, she has a beautiful podcast now, and I listened to that. And today she had one of her very regulars that does, my gosh, my brain doesn't want to work, astrology. And anyhow, it was interesting to listen to them even say this last retrograde was very hard for them. So I kind of am glad, because I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's been struggling, or was, I should say. So hallelujah, we're out of that one. The podcast, she does talk about, or I should say her astrologist talks about what we're about ready to go into. And I thought, oh goodness, I don't know if I wanted to hear that, but I think it'll be good though, because lots of cleaning out the closets per se, getting rid of, the things or the stuff or the people that are no longer serving us. So if you've been really just struggling lately with some family members, well, it might be best to maybe wait until after the holidays to cause any kind of confrontation or argument, because from what I understand, going into the holidays, especially with we've got a full moon in Aries. So those of you who know an Aries, my husband's an Aries, and Aries are great. They're very passionate, but they're a fire sign. So need I say more? And so we're going into a full moon in Aries soon. And then we've got this new moon in, I believe the new moon is in, I believe it's in Pisces, if I remember right. Or it might be new moon in Aquarius. I can't remember. Anyhow, but yeah, so it's lots of crazy stuff coming energetic wise, but I'll tell you, I'm going to enjoy the the vibrational high that I'm on right now. It's been amazing. Things have been going beautifully. So, with that said, really quick, before we take a caller and before I tell you guys what our affirmation is for this week. So, if you are in the Utah area, which is where I am from, tomorrow, Thursday, the 21st tomorrow? Yes, Thursday, the 21st. And Friday, the 22nd. I will be downtown Salt Lake at the FanX, and this is at the Salt Palace Convention Center. So, for those of you who do not know what FanX is, maybe you've heard of Comic Con. And this was kind of a spin off of Comic Con, I guess, if you will. And it's one of the largest FanX in the United States, because here in Utah, we have a lot of fans that love the cosplay, what do you call it? The anime, all that kind of stuff. So I will be there with my paranormal team. My paranormal team I work with as a medium, their name is WASP, which stands for the Western Association for the Science of the Paranormal. So please go and follow them and give them some love and support. They're amazing, and I love working with them. We go out and we do investigations, and they send me in with my own kind of equipment, which is my beautiful gifts, and then they come in and use theirs. And it's really cool to see, those who get to, experience my mediumship, but also get to actually see raw evidence. It's so amazing. So come out to Comic Con. I'll be out there tomorrow and Friday. Now, Saturday, the 23rd, I will be at a huge music festival downtown Salt Lake. It is called Super Bloom, and it's a lot of indie kind of music bands, just amazing, couple local. One of the singers that's featured is a guy by the name of JP Sack. I don't know if you've heard of him. Look him up. I know you'll notice and recognize some of his songs. So incredibly talented artist. So I'll have a booth there and going to be doing readings, and as people come and enjoy music. And here in Salt Lake on Saturday, it's only going to be a high of about 65. So make sure you bring a jacket. It's going to be a little chilly. So anyway, lots of good things coming. And then also October 7th here in Salt Lake, I have my annual Halloween event, and that's at Redemption Bar and Grill, so 21 and older, and I'll be doing readings and just so many good things coming. So if you're local, or if you can make it to Utah those dates, swing by and say hi. Hey, all right, well, let's go ahead. Let's do our affirmation, and then we'll take our caller. So the affirmation for today says, letting go creates space for me to receive. Letting go creates space for me to receive. And I love these affirmations. You can see the pretty butterflies. I'll show them on the camera. Maybe I got that upside down. I don't know. Butterflies can go either way, right? Anyhow, so yes, make sure that, this just makes sense with what I literally just said about letting go of the things that are no longer serving you. And once you're able to do that, then you can receive the goodness, right? All that good vibrational, positive energy that's out there. So, hey, all right. Well, I am going to go ahead and take my first caller here. And this is Suzanne, and I'm super excited. This is Suzanne and from Australia. Hi, Suzanne.
Good morning, Stephanie, and how are you today?
Good morning. I should say, I guess it's evening for me, but good morning to you.
It is at 8 o'clock here in the morning.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love your accent, by the way. So, the Australian accent, it's just beautiful, beautiful to listen to. So, anyways,
yours is too, sweetie.
Oh, well, thank you. I hear that I have one, but I know that
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. Well, how can I help you tonight, Suzanne?
Okay. Two questions. My son Is he going to get better and get back to work and go overseas? Me, I need to get off this scooter and start walking, so I need some advice, please, from above.
Gotcha. Okay, my friend. Okay, so question about your son and then also some help or a health question for yourself. Is that right?
Yes, please, Stephanie.
Okay. Okay. You got it, my friend. Okay. I'm going to just, I'm going to focus for a moment, but I think I want to pull a couple cards just to see. And also, see if we get any kind of, sometimes I'll get even just validations or guidance through the cards. So I'm just pulling a few here for you. Okay. All right, my friend. So let's, first and foremost, let's answer the question about your son um, and see what we're getting there. Now, and if I understood correctly, you were wondering if he was going to be getting better. And did you say, will he be going overseas? Is that what I heard right?
Yes, to work. Yes, to work.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right, my friend. So, couple things that I'm feeling with him. First and foremost, I feel that, boy, I know you just are asking kind of very general, which is what I love, because I don't want too much information. But um, when you say, is he going to get better? The first vision that I got, and really the uh, even maybe validation through the cards. I do feel when you said, is he going to get better? I do feel immediately I started to get um, a pain in my head. And then I also started getting this tingling that went right to my gut, right to my stomach area. So when you say, is he going to get better? I do feel that some of this has to do with either mental illness or headaches because my head is starting to hurt. Does that make sense with him? Is he struggling with any of those at the moment?
Both, Stephanie, both.
Bo- Both. Okay.
He's under
All
an
right.
awful lot of stress.
Yes. Okay. Okay. And okay, that makes sense with the head. Okay. The stomach would also make sense for me too, Suzanne, because stress obviously does cause issues with the stomach, with the intestines, um, you know, uh, whether it's ulcers or it can even be just, a lot of people when they are under a lot of stress, they don't eat or they overeat. So I do feel that he's got
doing
some
both.
stomach. He's doing. Oh, great. Oh, goodness. Well, that would make sense of why my stomach's been kind of hurting. Um, so, to just kind of answer your question right off the bat here for you, um, I do feel like I do see him going back to work. However, I'm a bit reluctant to why, yeah, I have to listen to my little guides tell me, I don't feel that it's going to be overseas for not for quite a while, for some time, and I mean at least within the next year. Um, I think I see him going back to work and slowly trying to get himself, the momentum going, but and the motivation, I should say. But as far as going
I think he
overseas,
needs to stick up his bum to get him moving.
agreed, my friend, agreed. And his free will choice is what is causing him to really still be sick. And what I mean by that is his free will choice to just kind of sit around and not be motivated and not uh, find his spark, as I call it. Um, that free will choice is determining his future, you know? Um, and
And
it's
I understand that completely.
yeah, and I'll tell you, as I see him, it's unfortunate too, because I feel like he just has so much potential to just do amazing things. But I just don't feel like he sees it, you know. There's been a lot of I feel for him, the mental struggles, you know, overall have really, in a sense, debilitated him. Does that make sense?
Perfect. You're spot on, sweetie. Spot on.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. Well, I mean, you know, I think, you know, I try to see the good in everything and the silver lining and everything. And, you know, I do feel he'll be back to work. And as far as timing, you know, I do feel this is going to be, well, here in the next, I keep saying 4 months, and I know that's a bit out of a ways, but you know, I feel for him, it might be just, it's the beginning of getting better, which is good. For him, I feel like it's going to be a slow process. Uh, but with that said, I feel with your son, and as far as I see how his personality is, uh, the more that he waits to find motivation, the less likely he's going to be going overseas. And that's hard to say because I see he'll just get comfortable.
No, I feel that completely.
Yeah,
He's just
yeah,
not moving forward, doesn't want to deal with
yeah,
the problems, and until he sorts
yeah,
that part out in his life, then he can go no further.
exactly, exactly. Yeah. So he needs to do a little bit of what I call some soul searching and you know, really finding himself again. Because I feel he did at one point. I feel he, you know, he was on a good
He
track
did.
for a moment. Yeah, yeah. Um,
And then it went rapidly downhill.
phone just went all weird.
Mm.
That was oh, sorry about that. My service went all funky. Um, but you know, I
That's
do
all
feel
right.
that.
It was my daughter saying she loves me.
Oh, good. I love that. It's all that beautiful energy of our loved ones. Uh, so
It is.
yes, just you know, as much as you know, hate to say, you know, patience is a virtue, but sometimes we're not very virtuous, you know. But
I know that saying. I keep saying it to myself. Patience is a virtue.
yes,
And you have
absolutely,
no
my
patience
friend.
at the moment, Susan. You want to be on
I
full speed and you're on one gear.
And exactly. Yeah, it gets very frustrating. And I know from a mother's perspective, I get it because I have been there. So hang in there. Um, now, let me just really quickly. I've got another caller waiting, but let me answer your question really quick about you asked about your health and where that's headed. So the first thing that I feel that I was saying I would just be mindful of. I mean, because I obviously I'm not a doctor and I can't advise, you know, give medical advice, but I can tell you I feel that some of the pain that I feel coming from your legs at the moment. Do you have leg pain?
Yes, totally.
Okay.
It doesn't want to work for me.
Yes, yeah, okay. So, watch your diet. I just feel like there is something. I would even do a food journal and write down because there's something that I feel that you're putting within, you know, your body, not medication, but you know, food, you know, beverage, drink, whatever, that I feel is causing flares and causing the pain. Um, so I don't know if you've ever done like an allergy, food allergy type test, or you know if that's available. But I do feel
Yes,
like
it
that's going
is.
to be. Oh, good. Okay. So maybe think about doing
You know
that.
what
I
I
feel
think
like
it might be? It might be my coffee.
oh gosh, I'm sorry. Bless your heart.
Yes, so am I.
Oh, good. Oh, goodness. Well, if that's the case, then there's sacrifice, right? There's sacrifice. So, uh,
I'd give it up today if I knew that I'd walk again.
absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And I feel if anything, maybe that'll help you just see if you can't get some of that testing done to see what's causing the flare, and the pain. And because I do feel like the inflammation from whatever you're eating or ingesting is a big part of this. Okay.
Oh dear, it's got to be the coffee.
I'm just, oh
Mm,
my goodness. It's always the one thing that we just love and need. I feel like that's
I
always
know,
the case.
but I have cut back. I have cut back.
Well, good. That's good. That's a good start. That is a good start. Well, I hope that this
Stephanie,
helped
you
you.
have been amazing,
Yes.
and thank you
Oh,
so much. And you're so spot on, honey. And may you
oh,
stay
well,
safe and well.
yeah, oh, well, you're so welcome, and it's my pleasure. And I'm sending you lots of good love and light, and wish you the best. Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie. May you stay
All
safe
right.
too.
Thank you. All right, hon. Take care. Okay. Bye
You
bye.
too. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and take the next caller here. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to take a moment and let's talk a little bit before see if we get another caller. How's that? Uh, so let's talk about some things that also that I've been finding out about this energy that's been coming our way. So apparently, if you are a Scorpio, the Scorpio, which of course, as many of you, well, I would think many of you know, Scorpio is in the October, right? So we're, oh gosh, what, mid October to mid November. So there's your Scorpios there, and my son's a Scorpio, and the Scorpio season, from what I just had heard on this podcast I was mentioning earlier, is really going to be a time where um, that we may see a lot of legal stuff happening. So a lot of tension in legal. So if you're having anything in that realm, then I would say just be mindful of that. So, all right. Well, I think we got another caller already. So I think it's is it Joanna from Indiana? Is that correct? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hi, Joanna. This is the mini medium. How can I help you tonight, hon?
Oh, well, by taking a peek into some urgent financial struggles. I just had to kind of leave my previous career, and I did not have things set up for that. It was kind of a shove from the universe to move forward. So I am worried about paying my bills.
Oh goodness. For one, I'm sorry, that happened. I feel like, as they say, money's the root of all evil sometimes, and
It can be, yeah.
exactly. That's why I say sometimes it is, but obviously, we need to pay our bills so that, we can at least have a roof over our head and food and what may be. But
Right, exactly. I'd like to contribute to society instead of drawing from it.
I love it. I love hearing you say that. I love it. Well, let me tell you, what I heard, that I want to tell you that I love that you said already is, that the universe threw this your way, and here's why. Because um, the universe does not know good from bad, negative from positive. The universe just says, all of this energy, that you've been putting out into the universe and giving to the universe. now the universe goes, oh, okay, well, I'm going to send some of that back your way. Now you question, you go, well, wait a minute, what did I do that I deserve to lose my job? Right. So wait, sometimes we question.
I haven't exactly lost it. I've gotten arthritis in my working hand, so I'm being pushed to move forward into my next career that I've been planning. I just didn't have the cushion.
Gotcha.
To lose the
Okay.
client.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So either way there, boy, that makes even more sense. So the universe will send things your way that will really slow you down, or stall you, or sometimes just, this is just the best way that the universe feels that needs to be, because the universe is trying to protect you or save you from what may come. So I always try to look at things that everything happens for a reason. And I know it's a cliche saying, but I'm a firm believer.
No, it's not. It's the way
right?
It's the way the universe works in my world.
Good. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, you and I, should go get coffee together. We just mesh well. It's beautiful.
Down.
I love
Totally
it.
down. Here for it.
Yes, I love it. Well, so I went ahead. I pulled a couple cards, by the way, and just to see. Now, I'm going to tell you the two cards I pulled. Very interesting. The first one was the Devil card, which a lot of people go, "Oh my gosh," they kind of panic, but it actually isn't necessarily a bad thing. The second card I pulled for you is an upside down or reversed Ace of Pentacles. So I don't necessarily read tarot cards. I use my gifts but I love the cards as validation. So looking at just this and how it's validating with what I'm getting. For one, the Devil card, as I see it, is just really what I just said. You're being kind of, quote unquote, forced to go this new direction. Which I'm going to tell you right now, I feel intuitively, is a good direction for you to go, even though you're not maybe financially prepared. But I'll tell you,
I don't even have a certification or like website set up yet for it. So
gotcha. Well, don't panic, because I feel, as I see the new direction coming, which that's where the Ace comes in. The Ace is the beginning of a new journey. And then the Pentacle is something of value to you. So I know I've got I've got about 40 minutes or 30 seconds. My gosh, the show went by fast. Okay, let me tell you, I do not feel that I see there being any major struggles for you. The biggest thing that I want you to keep in mind, my friend, is that keeping that positive mindset the best you can. And also, to get some help. I feel like that you may need to get someone in there to help you to get some things moving a little quicker.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone. If you are just tuning in to me, I'm on every Tuesday at 2 o'clock Central Time, so wherever that is for you in the world. But my name's Angie, and I am a soul alignment mentor, which means that I help others align with their highest purpose and get to know themselves spiritually. So that requires healing from ego programming or trauma. I also am an author. I have 2 books out, Leaf Lessons in Composting the Ego. And I also spent over 18 years working in the mental health field. So I combined both my expertise with mental health into my gifts of being able to provide mediumship and insight through psychic abilities for people to align with their souls. And while I do this gift for the world, I like to ask Spirit to give me advice on how to help people heal. And I had a really interesting experience this week during a meditation where Spirit began to show me different trauma energies stored in our bodies and how to release them from our bodies. And the particular traumas that they showed me were the energy of fear and shame. And they explained to me that underneath the umbrella of fear and shame were all these other emotions. And they were able to show me that these emotions, these energies, actually showed up as very dark, heavy, dense energy in our human body. And that's why they're so hard to work through. They're so hard to overcome. So anything from anxiety to feeling insecure or worrying about your finances. It could be really anything that falls underneath the umbrella of fear and shame. And fear and shame are both programmed beliefs that we bring into our human experience based on things that we experience in our childhood, particularly between the time we are born until about the age 7. And then between 7 and 14, we pull in even more beliefs and energies as we're trying to figure out our identity and being more independent in the world. And so as I got these visions and information from Spirit, I asked, well, how do we get these out? How do we heal these? And you probably hear about, if you were in the spiritual community at all, you probably hear about spiritual healers or light workers or star seeds in some aspect. The label doesn't really matter. They're just healers that are in the world. These healers actually have a frequency that they have embodied because they've gone through their own healing process, and they are able to help bring healing to other people. And that's why going to a healer or a therapist is really important if you are on a healing journey, because they have this gift within them to be able to pull out these entities, these dark energies that you might have stored in your body. So I would love to provide a reading to someone today and see if I can help them out. I do see that we have somebody ready, Reagan from Gold Coast, Queensland in Australia. Wow.
Good morning. Well, good evening to you guys. Morning here.
It's probably morning for you. It is the afternoon where I am. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Were you seeking a reading about something in general, or are you wanting to have like a general reading just to see what Spirit might want to say?
Just a general reading, if possible, please. Just a bit of guidance and see if there's, yeah, had a big couple of weeks and just like to see what Spirit have to say about everything.
Okay, so you're kind of having some difficult things going on right now.
I just had a few health things happen, pop up, but yeah, just been a hard year this year.
Okay, so I pull an oracle card sometimes to help me clarify what I'm hearing from Spirit, and so I just pulled one for you, and this has a saying on it. It has the word belief, and when I tune into this card, one of the things that is coming to me is, have you been going through something where you are shifting in the way you see yourself or the world, like your belief system maybe? I feel like maybe you've been tested quite a bit to trust yourself.
Like an awakening.
Okay. Because what I'm kind of hearing is sometimes it's hard to believe in that you are worth good things, and I almost get this sense that you have this feeling like, when are things going to get better for me? And
yes,
okay. Really what I'm hearing in my spirit is that there's like almost like a dream inside of you that has become dormant, like that you feel like you can't achieve, or that it's almost like there's this heaviness inside of you that is untapped. Like you've at one point in your life were like, I know I'm capable of this. I know I can do this. But then somewhere along the line, you went through a lot of hardship, and then you kind of like let go of your own desires because you figured, oh, I just have to survive in the world. But Spirit is wanting to remind you that you have a purpose and a gift inside of you, and that it is supported, and to not forget that you are worthy of things that you want and you desire. And I'm even hearing that some of the manifestations that are happening in your body are from the energy of, like, I feel like maybe there's been times you've abandoned yourself to make sure that other people are okay. And when I say abandon, I don't mean that you, okay, like you're just very empathetic and you want to make sure other people are okay. But in the middle of that, you don't always get to take care of yourself. Is this aligning
100%.
with you?
Yeah, 100%.
So, okay. So this is going to sound kind of crazy, but I just heard Spirit say sometimes we have to take drastic measures to get people to slow down and to start paying attention to themselves. And it's almost like you
it's not crazy.
You go so much and you do so much that you don't take that time to slow down to take care of yourself. And right now, Spirit is like kind of almost like forcing you to calm down and slow down.
They did.
Your body.
I ended up in hospital with sepsis and bilateral renal failure 10 days ago.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. That's so hard.
And I sort of ignored it till I started on the Friday, and they were borderlining heart attack at 40, and it was Sunday I went to the hospital. In the end, I couldn't do it anymore. I had to call an ambulance.
Wow. Well, I am glad that I'm hopeful that you're on the mends and that you're moving forward from this really hard. Okay. But I feel like Spirit just wants you to know that they see you, they are with you, they know that this has been hard, but this is almost like the manifestation of helping you to see where you're not functioning and where you need to take care of yourself more. I'm hearing a little bit more about slow down, like, and this might require letting some things go in your life as well, but slow down when you are making choices. So I'm even hearing like when you eat something, like kind of think about, this is going to make my body feel good or not feel good. And the more that you start aligning kind of like the daily task with your intuition and the belief that you are being supported by spirit, by God, by your spirit team, the more they get to help you. I'm also hearing them say that you may not know that you can ask them for help, and they want you to do that more often. They want you to open up the like channel for them to kind of move into your life. Maybe you could ask for signs from them. And they're saying they give you signs already, but it's okay that sometimes you question them though. It's almost like
every day I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5. It's all day, every day.
Okay. Yep. So that is just spirit saying, we are with you and we see you and we will help you through this. So trust it. I'm being told to tell you, so I have a book out called Leaf Lessons. And in my book, I talk about a vision I had back over 20 years ago of a leaf. And the vision talked about this leaf needing to rest in a river in order for the river to carry it instead of fighting against like the rocks. And I think we do that as humans, like we try to control things and we want to fix them. We want to like all this stuff, not even our stuff. We want to fix everything for everybody. But in the middle of
everyone else for ourselves.
Yes. So Spirit is saying, if you just lay back and trust a little bit more, we will help guide you through this, but they're going to give you some tools on not only healing your body, but being able to align your mind also. Because I just heard that you actually are pretty intuitive. You do have some gifts. Okay. But you don't use them. And
No, I use them for everyone else, and I'll hear things for everyone else and warn them, but I don't for myself.
Yes. So the whole message is coming back into you are important too, and to shift your belief from the need to be all things for other people to be all things for yourself first. It's it's like putting the mask on the airplane first, kind of a thing. But
funny you say that. That's what I say to everyone.
Isn't that funny how spirit will tell you the same things that you tell other people?
Yeah. But I don't do it myself. Yeah, I'm bad for it.
Sometimes it has to happen that way. I know that I'm like that. Like when I'm feeling off or I'm struggling, like it's always helpful to have somebody repeat back to me what I say. And then it's that moment of like, oh, I got to take my own advice. Like I can share this with other people,
especially that the in a plane you need to put your own mask on first before you can help your kids and this and that. I actually fight myself, like in the head. I'll sit there and go, this is just so stupid. Like, how do you know? You're not meant to fight. Like, I argue it with myself. Like, this is so wrong. No, you're meant to look after your kids and everyone else. And
yeah. Yeah. Well, see, I think this is just your reminder to trust yourself and to know that you really do have this ability inside of you to kind of move forward and heal. Like I'm even being told to remind you about the power of manifestation. And when you align your belief and your energy, is this something you've been?
It's funny because I've actually said this year, it's funny because recently after I came out of hospital, I'm like, right, I'm done with this manifestation. I think they're just going against everything I'm trying to manifest. So I'm not doing it anymore. Let's try a year of no manifesting. It might work well this year coming.
Well, there you go. It's just, I think this is just funny how this is working. Like spirit just wants to remind you they got you, that you can believe in yourself, that you will be okay, and ask for more help. And don't I feel like you get gut instincts very easily, and just start trusting that more often.
Yes.
So, well, I hope this has helped you. And if you would like to elaborate more, you're always welcome to get on my website, angieharris.org. But I hope you feel better and best of luck to you. So
thank you very much for the reading today.
You are welcome. Thank you all for tuning in today, and I wish you a beautiful, lovely day.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Larkin Psychic Medium with Larkin. Live from larkinsreadings.wixsite.com/website.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Larkin Psychic Reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Larkin Psychic Medium Show. Come on in and make yourself comfortable. We are going to be taking a caller this evening. We are here to answer your questions about anything metaphysical or paranormal. So do you want to know about your spirit guides and or your angels? Maybe you've been having dreams. Maybe you're wanting to connect with a loved one that has crossed over or communicate with an animal, either here in this life or elsewhere. Maybe you've got other questions that I haven't mentioned here, but that's what I'm here for the next short period of time to share with you whoever it is who's going to call in today and connect them to spirit and get their questions answered. For those of you who do not know, my updated website is larkinsreadings.com. That's larkinsreadings.com. You can also find me on Facebook. And, we are talking about everything and anything spiritual, metaphysical, conscious, paranormal, because I believe it is so important to make this a way of life. You have been in existence as a conscious soul since before you were born, and you will be for eternity after you cross back over. And so why not embrace the whole aspect of our existence, right? Our mind and body, our soul, our consciousness, and all of that is a part of who we are. You are a soul in temporary physical form, electromagnetic energy that is conscious, having a life experience that we call physical. And there is so much more to our reality than our current society deems normal, right? But I think it's so important to validate our spiritual connections, validate them most importantly for ourselves, even more so than with a reader or a reading. And to integrate that is a way of life. And then when you guys get a reading on here or anywhere, the most important part is what you do afterwards. Do you walk away and apply what you learned in the reading? Do you walk away acknowledging the greater link and connection that you now have with spirit? That's so important. So it's really important that we make bigger use of these readings. And, so if you guys want to call in tonight, I'm ready to take a caller. We have Amanda from New Brunswick, Canada. Welcome, Amanda. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What can I do for you?
Well, I was hoping for a medium reading, but I'm not sure if you do that.
Absolutely, sure I do. That's one of the things I was
Okay.
just talking about. So we do have limited time here. So do you have a specific question or person that will help me connect who you want to connect with?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
He's my ex-boyfriend. He died about a month and a half ago.
And was this a surprise? Was this unexpected? I'm immediately getting this was unexpected. Is this the gentleman? Did he have like did he have brown hair? Sort of
Yeah.
slender? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm seeing that it looks like this was very quick. Was he in an accident?
No,
Okay. Was this quick? Because I'm being shown
it
that
was
this
quick.
something that happened quick. Okay. Wow, I'm getting such chills. Oh, wow. Um, he left quite a few things with you. Did he leave you a dog or something? Something alive? Did he leave?
He didn't leave me anything
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
I'm getting well, so he's showing me all sorts of different things right now. He is right there. I'm actually he wants you to be able to actually feel him, Amanda. So
I do.
You do? Okay, good. Because he is so like physically close to you right now. And I want to see if you can really feel this because I really have chills and I hope that you can too. When you feel the chills, that's his electromagnetic energy actually in your energy field, in your energy body. And
really,
yeah. So the other thing is like if you find yourself tearing up and you're thinking about him, a lot of times it's not that you're thinking first and then you're tearing up. It's that electromagnetic energy is more than you can process.
Okay.
So like right now, he's like right very close, like tight up against your left shoulder, which would be my right side, which is where I'm seeing him. And he's just saying he's so sorry. Like he did not, this took him by surprise as well. Gosh. He's been trying to actually reach out to you from the moment that he passed. He's been trying to let you know, hey, I'm still here. And he did not suffer. But what he's seeing is he's afraid that it's going to take you a long time to get on with this, get on with your life and get over this. Because you had a lot of plans and dreams and visions that you're wanting for a life with him, correct?
Yeah.
And he's very concerned about that. And this is very hard for me to say because I know in your position this is very hard for you to believe. But one of the things that he wants to tell you that is so important is that I know this is hard to hear now, but I have to say it because he's telling me there's going to be someone else in your life that is every bit as good for you, that you're going to be as happy with, that you're going to want to be with as much. It's obviously you're going to need time to heal and get through this, but he's concerned that his passing is sort of causing you to look at life as like, okay, you know, I've got all this life left to live, and what is there? The thing I really wanted to share, you know, the life I wanted to create with this person is now no longer an option. Let me know if that makes sense to you, or if it doesn't, and I'll word what he's saying. But that's exactly what he's making me feel, which is what he's trying to convey to you, is that he knows that you're feeling that you're thinking that you're going through a lot of anguish because you're projecting your whole future now. Like, oh my God, what is left? And he wants you to know that there is so much left, that even though this caught his human self by surprise, his soul actually chose this. His soul chose to be shorter time. Now I'm seeing another male figure about his age or younger. Does he have a younger brother?
Yeah, but he's alive.
Okay, that's what I mean. Yes, alive, correct. Okay. He's been trying to get through to him as well. And he's been connecting.
He won't talk to me.
Okay, well, he's trying to get through to him. So use that for validation that he's coming through to me, because I would not have known that he had a younger brother. That's what he was showing me. And when you cross over, everything that was of worry and concern fades away, because there is no egoic self. And he wants you to know that he is not ever going to leave you. He is always going to be there now looking after you, and that his relationship with you has not ended. It has just transformed. Okay. And that's a phrase I use. Those aren't his words. I use the word transformed, but that's what he's making me feel that he wants you to see. He's not going anywhere.
I want to know if he pushed me away so hard so he could do it.
If he pushed you away so hard, why?
So he could commit suicide.
He says he pushed you away so that he wasn't. What he's showing me is he wasn't decided what he was going to do, but he knew that he was so lost and miserable that he couldn't be close to anyone. Amanda, I know this is really hard to understand, but he couldn't be close to anyone. So he was in total survival mode. So yes, that is why he pushed you away. But what he says is that his initial intention was not to commit suicide at first. He'd been fighting that contemplation. He was trying to get past that. He really was trying to get past that. But here's the other thing. What he's showing me is he also knew in the back of his mind that he probably wasn't going to be able to pull himself out. Does that make sense? He probably wasn't going to be able to pull himself out. So I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at what he's showing me, and I'm scanning everything because I have to filter what he really wants you to know. And then he also wants you to know. He also wants you to know that it was not your fault. There's nothing you could have done. Absolutely nothing you could have done. Had you been in his life more, had you not been in his life, had you been there with him, had you taken him somewhere to get more professional help, he wants you to know something his soul chose. This is hard for me to share with you, but this is what he's telling me. Okay. I know I only have about a minute or so left, but here's what's really important here is that you know that he is perfectly fine right now. Okay. And that he knows he missed out on a life with you by making this choice, but it was his human mind made the choice, not the soul that he is. And he also wants you to know that you guys actually have a soul connection that is eternal, and it is so strong. And so you will see him again in heaven. You will have the opportunity to incarnate with him again. I hope this is comforting, because he wants you to really know that your relationship isn't over. You're just going to have to wait a while to connect again with him in a physical way. Okay? And he wants you to cry and get it all out, but he most importantly wants you to know there is nothing you could have done. He said he was on a one track. He was on a track for this, no matter how much he was trying not to be. Okay? Now I have about 30 seconds left, but I want to invite you to, if you want to reach out and connect to me and message me on larkinsreadings.com, we can take about 10 or 15 minutes and finish this there. Okay. If you have any questions, I think that's really important considering your circumstances. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Is this helpful?
It was Larkin what, sorry?
Oh, larkinsreadings.com.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I need to finish this. Was this helpful for you today?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Amanda. Guys, I want to thank you all for tuning in. This is what we do. I hope to see you all again next week. Thank you so much for tuning in. I gotta go. Bye, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It is Tuesday again, Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. Man, these last weeks seem to time warp and fly by, and here we are. And we are approaching a really game-changing transit between Mars, the Sun, the Moon. Scorpio. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But let's start off at the top. I am Bernice Bisson. I am a psychic medium in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I've been reading for about 35 years, and all my readings have been recorded by my clients. I have a podcast where people come back with those recordings, and you get to hear my original readings and everything they have to say about it. Because on this show, it's really a snapshot of sort of the deeper work that I enjoy doing. I don't really do a lot of large events. I do radio, and I tend to read individual people. I do a lot of paranormal research and a lot of paranormal work within my community. And I work with a lot of other very gifted psychics and mediums as well. And I work with a place called Hamilton House, and we do a number of events there. I actually have an interest and very kind of seance, very lit, like 12 people, 8 people kind of events, very intimate events. I also host a fundraiser. I'm going to call it annually because this is my invite back again with Inner Lake Pride. And it's, I believe they only sell like 40 tickets, and it's an evening of messaging with me. And it's an intimate evening, and I like to get to as many people. I usually try to get to everybody. And we have a wonderful celebration of some of the funny things that happen with spirit and in our lives. And otherwise, I don't really host a lot of events. You have to tune into radio if you want to. I do free readings on radio. I've done that for many years, and I really enjoy that kind of venue. And my biggest gift, I think, as I've aged, I've realized my biggest gift is clairvoyance. And I read many different things. I read palms and cards and tea leaves, and it doesn't really matter. If I read crystals, sometimes I have people just pick 7 objects from my room, and they put them on my table in one straight line, and we start the reading. So I do a lot of messaging and automatic writing. In seance, when I work with other mediums, I like to be the automatic writer because I like to be in the other room and just sort of connect in and tune in and do and write what Spirit's telling me. So that's usually my role in it. But I've been ghost hunting since grade 3, pretty sure. And now I'm a grandma, so it's been quite a few years. And so if you like that kind of stuff, you can go to my website, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. My podcast is on there. It's free. You can listen to it. And I only have one social media page, and it's Facebook, and it's Bernice Bisson Psychic. I'm not on any other social media. And I'm on A1R Radio, and this is the one radio network I'm working with, and I really love them, and they've been really good to me. And so thank you to them, and thank you to their listeners, because it's really about you guys. And I love it. So let's start at the top with some of the astrology, because a lot of astrologers, if you follow astrology at all, I've been talking about November 13th, and there's a couple of showdowns in the skies going on. We've got Mars being a thug. Mars, what up with you? What's making you unhappy, Mars? And so you're in Scorpio. You're about, changing things, revolution, rebirth, kind of stuff. And it's syncing up with the sun. So it's about identity, fire. Add fire to that, add identity, add add lots of energy to the sync up, and it's going to change. It's going to set the tone for the next couple of years, because this meetup happens maybe, if we're lucky, every couple of years. And so here we are, and we got the next 2 years being set by that tone. And so Israel is ruled by Scorpio. So things can get intense. And so we do have the movement of Venus into Libra, which will set the tone for negotiations, for peace talks, because I feel like things might come to a big head this coming weekend, and into Monday, Tuesday, into the 13th, into this new moon. And it might trigger some peace talks, but it doesn't come without a price, because it just feels like there's lots of tensions there. So we're going to feel that in our everyday lives. Now, if you are a Taurus, Scorpio, Aries, Aquarian, Leo, or Libra, you're going to feel this like hot potatoes. And so sudden starts and stops, particularly like your week might start off good, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, cruising along. Thursday gets kind of weird, sketchy, and you're like, I just want to get home from work and relax, because I don't want people anymore. And then Friday and Saturday, Sunday, Monday are, man, news cycle worthy. So we're going to see lots of crazy stuff going on around the world. So remember to be patient with each other. Remember not to be reactionary. Remember not to jump the gun on too many things. I plan on staying home and painting. I'm a painter, and I get into paint mode, and so I'm going to hide and paint. And so I recommend people finding creative endeavors and using up that beautiful Venus energy and that Neptune sort of energy before she stations and goes direct and wrecks all our sort of vision. and stay home and create. Redo your house. Do some fall recycling, cleaning, sorting, organizing, nesting. Trying not to, because the energy is going to be pretty volatile. So I wouldn't even go to Costco. I'd say, don't head to big stores, because just that impatience, that all that stuff's there, and you'll find it at the very, very least agitating as all heck. But you're going to find it quite explosive in different areas. And so we're going to see shakeups, explosions. I mean, the Middle East, Ukraine, it's lots going on there. So this next few days, remember, patience. This weekend coming up very particularly, slow down with people. Don't get ahead of yourself. Small things can turn into big things, and things can be quite shocking or surprising. And on this lunar axis with Saturn stationing and going direct, we have all this water energy in Scorpio. We have Neptune still kind of retrograde. So there might be stuff around water. And that could be storms, that could be tsunamis, that could be water issues, coastal issues as well. That can include, because that Neptune, all that water energy, could also be around stormy weather, unexpected events, weather events, things like that going on as well. So we've got some tensions. And if we go back to the corresponding moon, in that Scorpio full moon was in May. And so if we go back to May, this is sort of the reset button for a lot of things. And so if you think back to your own timeline, and so if you are a water sign, you're really going to feel this in the emotional house. And it could come through family, friends. You could get sudden or unexpected news that kind of jolts you a bit. And go back to May and think about what was going on with family around that time, what news, what was going on there. And then if you're an air sign, those Aquarians, Libras, and Geminis, you're going to really feel this in relationship and sudden starts and stops, like in those romantic zones. You might feel it, sudden starts and stops going on there for you. Someone out of the blue could just show up, you little Aquarians. For you Geminis, it could be, there's maybe sudden exits of people you worked with, had good relationships with, and you Libra as well. It's a teetering act with your romantic relationships. Remember that, okay? And then If we get into those fire signs, we have those Leo, Aries, and Sagittarians. And this is in tune with your money and unexpected shifts with your cashola. And that could be starts or stops, things that you didn't expect. Let's hope it's money flowing in. But for you Sages, it might come through income, work, unexpected jobs, unexpected things that come out of the blue that could kind of percolate some cashola for you. For you Leos, it's going to come in terms of your social spheres, like people in your reputation, being invited out, being the life of the party, being invited, being appointed, being tapped on the shoulder. For you Aries, it's about new beginnings for Aries. I mean, that Mars and that Sun conjunct in Scorpio is like Phoenix rising stuff, like, you know, kind of hitting rock bottom and rising up. And you little Aries can definitely have some Phoenix time. So what has gotten you down will get you up. And then we go to those earth signs, Taurus, Virgos, and Capricorns. Oh my gosh, where do I begin? If I start in Taurus, you've got all that stuff in Scorpio, your house of partnership. And so in commitments, things you've been committing to, you need to commit to yourself. You need to commit to things. You might find yourself very independent, very on your own in some way, and that maybe you're happy with that freedom now. You Capricorns, the transfer of power, that's that Pluto transit along with all this going on. Boy, it's going to be nice when the heat's off, huh? Right. I bet Capricorns are kind of hoping for that, but it feels like an intense little period. And your birthday really will be a reset button for you. Okay, Caps? Without that planet Pluto haunting you. And then if I even think of Virgo, all this, illusion in relationships, and maybe what you thought wasn't what you thought, or something you committed to in a job and it turned out to be all BS, right? It turned out to be all not what you thought. So keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open for those red flags, because I call it red flag season in Virgo town, and making sure you check in with some of that stuff. Okay. So this weekend's going to be a revolution, a revelation, lots of situations that certainly will help shake free and simplify a lot of things for people. So look at it that way, is that it's meant to evolve us. And so this evolution's there, just like Scorpio rising up from the dust as that Phoenix. And I just feel like that's this time. So I'm looking forward to it as a sister Scorpio. I have Echo in California. Echo.
Hi.
Hello. So thanks for calling in. Let's get started. I have a few minutes, so I want to get as much as I can in while you're on my show. Do you want me to focus somewhere, or you want me just to roll the dice and me be me?
Roll the dice.
All right. That a girl. Okay. What's the day and month of your birthday? Let's do some astrology. What's the day and month of your birthday?
I'm 0316.
Oh, Pisces. Oh, we just finished. Okay. So I'm going to start with Pisces. So there's something very much about your independence, Echo, and opportunity, where you're in your community where you're working. Your name, your reputation, maybe might precede you. You might find people coming to you instead of you searching out or going towards. That there'll be a lot of people getting drawn in or attracted into you over the next little while. Now, I want to caution about this, because I feel like they might be coming in for some of your healing energy. They might be coming in for you to fix or to help soothe the savage beast, so to speak. Now, why I say that is you've got Neptune retrograde, you've got Saturn that just stationed October 4th, and would it start to show you some of the structures in your life that feel maybe a bit confining, a bit that can even feel maybe a bit stressful. And so I do think, although you're on the California coast, I think within 4 to 8 months, possibly by April, you might be headed northeast towards the Atlantic, there's something that might pop up for you where you'd be headed to a different coastline. You'll know within 4 to 8 months, but I feel like I could be headed towards the Great Lakes or towards the Atlantic coast. And I feel like that's going to show up, again, 4 to 8 months, the opportunity to go. There's something important about changing your circle to which you're involved with, maybe your work or what you're doing. And you might be having a circle change or a change of people, supportive people around you. And I'm going to say there's lots of like healthcare, nurses, wellness, healthcare that keep showing up around you. And I feel like it might show up around you in the sense of you having to help others, that they're coming to you, and it might feel a bit draining. So this energy is going to be pretty intense even till your birthday. Now, I don't want to get too esoteric. I want to get down to some nitty gritty. The other thing that shows up for you is your money. And now if I go back to your birthday, 316, 316, altogether that's 10. And 1 plus 0 is 1. So you have a karma of 1. Now I'm going to get to my point. Your birthday coming up in 2024 is 224 is a 8. And if I add your 1, you're going into a 9 life cycle. And then 2025, you go into a 10-1 life cycle, which is your karma year. There is something that you're going to commit to in terms of your finance, money, that it's going to be very good for you. But I feel like you're going to have to get very rigid. You'll have to get very disciplined or rigid with your money, and that you're going to have something sorted out with your financial. And I even feel like something is going to present itself in June coming up. And it comes through like maybe papers, reorganizing, refinancing, redoing. And I feel like you're going to be able to hang on to more money through this. There could be paper signed, papers agreed to. And it feels like it provides you some sort of security, or you're providing for your security in this. So it feels pretty good around you with this, my lovely Echo.
Thank you.
Because were you off work or something?
Right now for a little while. No. I'm definitely working.
Okay. You might have a bit of time off to deal with a health issue or something. Like, I don't want you to put out your back or something, your leg, sciatic. Because I just feel like when the pressure's on, you might wind up putting out your hip. And so just be mindful about that, because you might be laid up for a little bit with that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and sending you so much love, my friend in California, and thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Take care. And I really appreciate when I get people that come in out of the blue and connect. And I've made many friends through this show. And I've been very fortunate to make many clients and friends in the different United States through the show. And I've actually gone to visit them, and they've actually come up here to visit me and go ghost hunting and things like that. So if you enjoy that kind of stuff, connect with me on my Facebook, and we'll chat. So I've got Becky in North Dakota, which is just south of me. Hello, Becky.
Hi.
So thank you for calling in. I appreciate you today. And so you have a couple of options. Is there somewhere you'd like me to focus, or would you like me just to be me and you can roll the dice and I'll tell you what's coming up?
I would say you could tell me what's coming up. I was kind of hoping, see if you saw any spirit activity, I guess.
Well,
but I would be interested in that too.
Okay, thank you. I only have a few minutes, so let's start with, what's the day and month of your birthday?
May 3rd.
Oh, okay, a little Taurus. Okay. So I think the first thing that I want to talk about is there is something about a change in where you're living that's going to present itself to you soon if you didn't do it recently. And that there's something about your education and your work very tied together, Becky. And in a good way, like you might be doing both at the same time, or something will guide you along that way. And education and work tied together is going to be very, very good for you in this next little while. Even by August, going into the new year, August of 24, going into the new year, there's something about your education really important there. There's a woman who passed. I know there's lots of dead people. Absolutely. But there is a younger guy, a younger man, and an older woman, like a grandmother figure, and a younger man. Both are deceased that show up when you ask about are there dead people? Well, there always, I guess, is. But what's the point of these two? Well, there's something important about this younger guy feels like he was young, like I don't know, young adult.
Yeah.
And he can show up as someone's brother or figure or son figure, like he's young, and that he shows up with an older woman who's been gone a little bit, and she was elderly when she passed, and she's very lovely, and that there's something about a gathering. February feels like an important month for some reason around your family, celebrations, or people coming together in the month of February. And it like doesn't seem like a typical month, but it feels important. And that if I think about the younger, there's something about a baby girl. And was there a recent baby girl?
Not exactly, but everything else, like everything else you're saying, it's so crazy because I was thinking about going to this polygraph school, and then there is a younger guy that I know that passed away, and his favorite,
Sorry, I'll keep talking then. I'll keep talking. That there's something really important about, I love that you're going polygraph school. I feel like it's going to be right in line with your work and where you're headed. And I do think that with once you're done this education with your work, you have a move coming. And it'd be like moving from your town, moving from where you live. Okay. And maybe it's towards, I don't know, Minneapolis or Chicago or something, like maybe towards that. So in your family, I'm supposed to talk about, there's like a cousin or somebody, there's going to be a baby girl, and you'll know about this then within, I'm going to say, less than a year. You'll hear about this news. It feels absolutely wonderful. It's not you, so you can breathe, take a sigh. Not you. Okay. Breathe. That I feel like there's also something you're really supposed to be focused in on. I don't know, your health or something. Have you been exercising? Have you been? Yes.
I was just like trying to clean my house right now, but because I was just like trying to get it together, because I was thinking about going to this polygraph school in Pennsylvania. So that's like so crazy that you say that.
Yeah, below you. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Okay, so I don't know, like whatever in
That
Pennsylvania,
is Chicago.
different town.
Yeah.
And I like
that is Chicago is on the way.
Do you have a physical, like, do you have to be physically fit for your job?
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's important. Like, you're going to get on top of that. Like, I see you getting, you might work out some of your anger stuff. I mean that with love, by doing your exercises. I like the polygraph school, and if you're talking about going to Pennsylvania, I think if that's below Chicago, Minneapolis, great, perfect.
Yeah, it's like on the way. You have to drive through Chicago.
Yeah, I think it's really good for you. I do, and I also think that, you know, there's somebody a romantic relationship that keeps popping in and out of your life. And do you stay friends with exes or something?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
can I say something to you? Don't go backwards, okay?
Okay.
Taurus, don't go backwards. I feel like you're embarking on a really new direction. And I feel like you're putting all the right pieces in place. I feel like relationships can be a bit of a distraction for you right now. And I do not want you fitting into other people's lives. I want you to follow what your pathway is. Like you're like, I want to do this. I want to go to these places. Because I feel like not everyone's going to be on this journey with you, you know? And that's okay, because in that you're simplifying a lot of things, like even some friends. I gotta say, like, you might be getting rid of some, I don't know, like sometimes people can be really negative, you know, or a bit toxic. And I just feel like you don't want to invite that into your world, because I don't want you turning cynical in your job, because you might always have to deal with tough things or whatever, tough people. And so you might be really simplifying a lot of stuff in your world right now that I feel good about with you. And that because I feel like, you know, all I keep thinking is, oh my God, boyfriend issues, or oh my God, there's like boy issues. And they can be complicated.
Oh my
you know? Yeah, complicated. Taurus,
my
your
God.
birthday. Honestly, I find astrology the most predictive. I could talk about your birthday for an hour and a half. So I'm going to, because you're my last reading on the show, I'm just going to keep going for my last few minutes with you. And I just want to say, you've had the North Node of Destiny in your sign. You have the planet Uranus. You have the planet Jupiter. I want you to use this energy, because this is the final eclipse in your house of partnership. The final new moon that's in Scorpio, and it's going to show you a few things about relationship that you might go, oh, that's it, you know, that's it. And I'm moving in my direction now. And I feel like all good, because by your birthday, I want you to have your application into that school. Okay. Make that your birthday present, because I feel like what will follow that is funding. You'll get funded, or you'll get money together for that program. You'll see. Okay.
Okay.
And I feel like you're going to meet a whole bunch of different people in your world. And I want you to kind of shed what's been keeping you stuck. And you don't even have to, you don't owe anyone anything. You don't owe anyone anything. And I feel like you're going to have the opportunity. Now it's funny, because I have this wonderful oracle book that I just opened up for you. And my final message to you is this: if you can't forgive them, at least forgive yourself, and leave the confusing, complex boyfriend behind. Go follow your dreams of going to your school. It's going to pay off in 1,000 ways for you, my beautiful girl. Okay.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is so crazy and accurate. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
You know, lots of love to you. Now,
thank you.
If you want to find me, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I read full time from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and I read through video and in person. And you can listen to my podcast and get a sense of all the other adventures that I've kind of been on. And I look forward to seeing you again next Tuesday. Stay safe, stay warm, and we'll see you again.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I hope you're all well and you've all had a really good week. Here in Melbourne, Australia, we're having a glorious day. It is hot and we are getting ready for summer, so we're all very happy here today. I wanted to speak to you a little bit about healing while I'm waiting for a caller to come through. I've had a lot of people coming and asking me lately during their readings whether they should be healers. They want to do Reiki or any other kind of holistic healing, and they're not really sure whether they should do that or not. So one of the ways that I've got somebody sort of sitting in front of me, one of the ways that I get them to kind of like test themselves, right, is, and for anyone that's curious today, you can do it yourself. I do it along with us. I just get everybody to rub their hands together. All right, now we have our aura. So you will feel energy from one hand to the other, which is your aura. Okay, but then if you after you start rubbing, as strongly as you want, it's up to you, right, place your hands sort of like that, like holding a ball. You will feel the energy between your hands. You should feel something. If you don't, that's okay. But if you are questioning whether you are meant to be a healer or not, you will feel something there. Okay. So as you've got your hands sort of like that, you will feel the energy. So then I just ask people to kind of just play with the energy a bit, just kind of try and manipulate it any way that you want. You should feel it in between your hands, no matter what you're doing. Now, I'm a hands-on healer and my husband is a Reiki master healer. So I am very familiar with the energy in the hands, so is he. Now, I feel a very strong sensation in my hands, and it's like pins and needles, or it's like a stabbing sort of pain. And if you have that, you know, it's like a guideline for you to know that you are a healer. So if you're wanting to pursue any kind of holistic healing, just know that that's what that is. If you're feeling that sensation, you don't know what it is and you haven't thought about healing, that maybe that's something for you to look into as well. Okay, so I hope that helps anyone that may have that kind of question going on at the moment. I do have a caller. I think I'm with Gwendolyn. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, is it Gwendolyn?
How are you?
I'm good.
Yes, I'm here.
Very quickly, and I wasn't sure if I got it right. How can I help you today?
Well, you know, I'm feeling very confused about my housing and my relationship. I'm not sure. I'm feeling very stuck. Like I can't just be my attention deficit. I'm feeling very blocked.
Okay. All right. Well, let me have.
I'm not sure if my relationship is worth it anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, let me have a look for you, okay? I'll just do some cards for you, and I'll just see what messages come through from my guide as well. I am being shown that your relationship has been very stormy. I see it like up and down, and I feel like you haven't had kind of a break from this for like a very long time. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
I'm looking forward to see if things kind of ease up for you. And I really don't. And actually, if it does, it won't be for a very, very long time. And I also feel like if you, from what I'm being shown, for anything to settle in your relationship, you have to be the one to make sacrifices and for things to kind of calm down in the relationship. But then along with that, I'm seeing that you're not happy. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, and I'm speaking of, and I'm feeling like because he's younger than me, maybe is this the problem? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the age, yes, I do feel it is like a little bit of an issue. I feel like his immaturity regarding what you want out of this is a big part of the problem. I also feel like he just doesn't want to go forward, and he's a little bit smug about it as well. Does that make sense for you?
He's a little bit what?
Smug.
Smug?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Like he doesn't want to go forward in life or with the relationship at all.
Let me just, I'll check. I feel like it's a little bit of both because it affects both, but I'm getting a lot with life. I feel like he's quite happy where he is and how he is. Does that make sense for you? Okay. I feel like it's like he knows that he's got you, and he doesn't need to kind of work on the relationship, and he just wants to just let it kind of play out. I feel like it's just on his terms, and I do feel like he is taking advantage of your investment in the relationship. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does. And I mean, what can I do to try and like, and because I would like to work it out. I really would. I'm tired of starting over all the time.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I feel like money is an issue with him as well. Is money affecting your relationship?
I feel like the fact that I have more money and he's not working is a problem.
Yeah, because I see that
he's drinking.
Oh, okay.
He's in jail. He's in jail right now for the drinking, and I'm not sure if.
Okay, well that explains why I'm seeing him stuck, like he was stagnant. There's no movement there around him. Look, if you want advice from Spirit is saying you need to cut the cords with him. You need to cut ties with him. Okay, there's to work it out with him is going to cost you a lot. And I'm not even talking about money. I'm just talking emotionally. I'm talking about your mental health. I'm seeing you completely drained by this person.
So there's no way that we could ever.
I'm just seeing that he just is. I don't feel like there's much repentance by him regarding how he got himself in this situation. I feel like he's like, oh well. Does that make sense for you? Is that how he is?
I feel like he might be gay also, or am I just, my intuition's wrong?
Okay. Well, do you want me to ask? Do you want me to ask about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, my guide is saying maybe bisexual. It could have been though more through experimenting. Okay, not that he actually. Okay, so he could have found himself in those situations and decided, hey, why not? I'll try. Okay, and you know, but I'm getting it more like experimenting than he's gay. I do feel there's a lot about him that you don't know, though. Okay, and I do also feel like he's quite happy that he has you on the go, like kind of jumping at his whim and whatever. Okay, whatever he wants. I do also see you handing over money to him, you know, with a big smile on your face, and he's accepting it readily as well. Does that make sense for you?
Yes. So in at any rate, so this person is just does not love me and will not put the effort in.
I feel your love for him. I feel your want for him, right? And I see your commitment. I just see that for him, he has more love and more commitment for himself and what he does rather than for you. Okay? So
And that's never going to change, is it?
I don't see that changing. I really, really don't. And even if he was in a position where he had more money, I feel like he would walk like away from you. Okay. And I feel like you're a beautiful person and you deserve better. My guide is saying you need to move on before he really messes with your head and your emotions, and he makes it difficult for you later on to have a relationship with somebody else, because then you're going to have trust issues and you're going to feel like you're not worthy of the next person that you come across. Okay. I know that this is very difficult. I do see the attraction that you have for him, but you've got to move on if you want what's best for you. Okay?
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're having a really great week so far. And we are in the new moon and Scorpio energy right now. So as I was tapping into this energy and how it's working with us, I've been picking up on things being delayed that has to do with our past. So things that we need to be working through from the past that was kind of suppressed. Okay, so that can still be affecting us. It has to do with like the energies at play. Sorry for my dogs in the background. I'm really sorry about that. Specifically though, the distant past for many of us. Okay, so some things that I was getting about from spirit when I was tuning into this is like energy imprints settled into our subconscious mind that have to do with feeling like wounded, emotionally hurt. And these things are healing. So it's not to worry, but it definitely can go back to years when you were growing up, when things, we didn't know how to deal with things and whatnot. So, or early adulthood as well. Past relationships that maybe had betrayal and things like that are coming up to being healed because there's really good energy coming in that's going to be uplifting. So there's this energy that feels like we're grieving that some things that we may not have grieved in the past. And it's helping us to level up. It's helping us to be our best selves and really show up for our own selves in our own, really whole and healed heart. These are going to bring in relationships. It can be romance, work relationships, friends, even, helping relationships that you have already are like family and whatnot, if that's, something for you. But these things that occurred in the past can really put you in your head. And I feel like the energy now is just really helping us heal and move forward with this new moon and Scorpio. And so some great things are going to be coming in. Take your power back, calling in your power from a long time ago. Okay. And this one says, I call my power back from all times and all places. I am my own, and your energy is your own. And so it's just a reminder to not be giving it away. Okay, so we're going to go take a caller, Abigail in Beaumont, Texas. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Good.
Great, how can I help you?
Yes, I would like a general reading.
Okay. So you want me to just pull some, you don't have like a question?
Let's see, about my love life.
Okay. Let me see what comes up. Well, it seems like it's really good, or it will be. There's stability coming in for your love life, and I feel like the person that you either are going to be meeting if you're single,
they are going to be emotionally mature. They're going to be able to like show up for you in a way that is going to be able to meet your needs, and you're going to feel comfortable. You'll be able to trust them. It might be slow or have been slow to come in, but it is bringing in, like, I don't use the word good luck, but just for, the sake of just to say good, you're going to have good luck in your love life.
Okay. I have a boyfriend now.
Okay. And yeah, I've got most of the cards that I'm pulling for you right now have to do with emotion, and they're all really, the positive ones are all really coming up. Okay. And then there's some transformational energy coming in for you. Let me tap into that. Yeah, I feel like a message I'm feeling right now as well is almost like you're holding on to something, like something that you're wanting that has to do with being emotionally fulfilled, but it's like you're holding on to it, and for some reason it's, I don't know if blocked is the right word, but it's like your cup is not being completely full as it could.
Right.
So if there's something that you're going through right now, it's like saying the only way out is to go through it, and sitting with how you're really feeling and being like really honest with how you're feeling, making sure that you're not sweeping things under the rug with how you're feeling. So you're communicating what your needs are and showing up for yourself. It's almost like you're taking care of your inner child and like being there, the parent for them, to make sure that they get what they need.
Okay.
See. Okay. So for transformative energies, I'm getting to spend your time wisely and only say yes when you really want to say yes.
Okay.
There's just accepting yourself completely for who you are, and we all have ups and downs, and not trying to, I don't know why I keep wanting to say sweep things under the rug, but really accepting yourself, body, mind, and spirit, perfectly imperfect. We're all perfectly imperfect, and minding the self-talk to make sure it's not negative self-talk is also coming up.
Okay.
Did you have anything else you wanted to ask?
What about my career?
Okay, let's see. What is going on with career right now, Spirit? Okay. So I feel like you're intuitive. That's what's coming through. And that you're generous. And I'm seeing there's some equal reciprocity as far as career goes and stability coming in for you. So the career looks pretty good too.
Okay.
Yeah. And
okay.
Let's see. Progress is being made, is what they're saying. I feel like, I feel like I should say to persevere through something. almost like that message again, the only way out is through. So if there's something that you're working through, keep going. Keep, looking at that. There's some healing that's taking place. And I don't know if you've dealt with burnout as well, but there is coming up for this need to not burn yourself out and making sure you're focusing your energy where it really needs to go. So it's not like scattered, and you're going to have the energy that you need. So and getting enough rest is coming up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask? We have a few more minutes.
Oh, my career, my love life.
I have.
What
There's
about
something.
my?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Friendship is coming in too. Something about friendship is coming up for you. And let's see. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, what about my son?
Okay. So he has some energy here that's feels like he was dealing with some pain and heartache, and that is going to be better. That he is going to be doing better as far as some kind of difficulty that he was going through. He's going to be tapping into some more inspirational energy, and that's going to be he's going to be getting support for whatever it is that he's needing. And I feel like there's some, that he's going to be taken care of. He's going to be okay. And I actually see love here too, but there's just like some independence that needs to happen, maybe some boundaries, and releasing of some of the past pain. But I actually see a lot of friendship or love asking about him too, coming in for him.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
All right. You too. So that is going to do it for me. Just as a reminder, I have readings available at stan.store/mediumandrea, and you can also find a link there to the Enchanted Perfumery, and I make perfumes as well that smell amazing. So if you'd like to book a reading, you can go check that out. There's some healing, medical intuitive healing sessions available on there. And I just hope you have a really great day. Remember that how far you've come, just you've come so far, and to remember where you were like a couple of years ago. Things are improving, and Spirit is just wanting everybody to know that things are coming together in a better way, and to keep going, keep your chin up, I guess is what they're trying to say. But anyway, I hope you have a really great week and a really great day and night whenever you're watching. And if you have any questions, you can always email me at andrea.bacon@444@gmail.com. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm very happy you're here. I'm very happy I'm here. I'm happy everybody's here. And welcome to live TV. And I'm here to answer your calls and answer your questions. First, I'll answer your call, then I'll answer your question. Of course, I'm pretty psychic, so I could answer your question without answering your call. Ready? There. But how is that? Good. Okay. Now you have the answer. We can all go home. Anyway, I'm here in actually Brooklyn, New York. And as I said, this is live. So anything that screws up just remains screwed up, actually. So I have a family connection to live television. Back in the day, in the 50s and 60s, a lot of TV was live, including a lot of dramas. So it was as if you're watching Netflix, but they were doing it at the same time. And my grandfather used to write and direct stuff in live TV, like Studio One and Playhouse 90. And the first time my father's parents ever saw my mother, after mom and dad started dating, she was playing an 18-year-old Swedish prostitute on a show called Studio One. And since his parents were Jewish and she wasn't, pretty much confirmed everything that they thought about Shikses. But they got used to her. Anyway, so welcome to live TV. I'm Perry Lyons, Perilyons, and I'm very, very serious about answering with accuracy, love, more love, and then more accuracy and love on top of that, the questions about the things that mean the most to you. So in my case, that would be my parakeets and cupcakes. But hard to think of an interesting question about those. So anyway, I'm very happy to see you. And I'm going to do the tarot psychic weather. We do this every week. And it's just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I love ginger ale. So how this works is Daytona Beach. Oh, I was just watching a movie set there. Oh, I want to go to Daytona Beach. Hi, Carrie. I'll be with you in 3 minutes. Just going to do the psychic weather. Okay, love?
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you. While you're waiting, and I'm going to ask the audience to do this with me because it makes us all more psychic, I'm going to ask you to breathe in deeply and then breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. What this does is it activates, and do that 3 or 4 times. It activates the vagus nerve, not the vagus nerve, which is what happens in the vagus nerve stays in the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve regulates our central nervous system, and activating it calms us down, makes us more attuned to our higher selves, makes our hair shinier, has us lose weight, all that good stuff. Okay, so here's how the Psychic Tarot weather works. It works like this. The first card, I'm going to pick 3 cards. The first card is for the beginning of the week, starting today. So it's Wednesday, Thursday, maybe half of Friday. The second card is for the middle of the week. So those are Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a little bit of Monday. And the third card is for the end of the week, which is like Monday, Tuesday, and brings us back to Wednesday, when you'll be joining me again live 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. Perry Lyons. Remember the name. Sometimes I don't, so one of us has to. So here's the first. Oh, this is nice. I like this. The first card is the King of Cups. So King of Cups is a really interesting card. It's usually a male energy, or a man, or somebody who identifies as a man. We're very LGBTQ friendly in this program, even if I can't get the letters straight. This is a man who's coming into your life who might be a little romantic. He might also be a Pisces, a Cancer, or a Scorpio. King of Cups is sort of It's traditionally the good husband and father card, but it can also mean an older man who's kind of interested in you in, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, a bit of a romantic way. I love doing that. You just got boys around you today. Okay, middle of the week, Page of Pentacles. So this is either, it could be somebody with a very childlike energy. It could, in your vicinity, it could be you dealing with a child, possibly specifically an earth sign child. So that's Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. It can also mean that you're getting back in touch with a part of you that was very, what part of you, did I mention this is live? A part of you that was very practical as a child. And maybe if you've drifted away from that, you're not as practical as you were back then. You can reclaim that part of yourself. Oh, I like this. The last part of the week is, it looks like you might either be, often this is an engagement card. For those of us who are currently single, she says, sobbing quietly to herself. Sorry. This card often indicates being invited to a wedding, a bridal party, or a celebration with friends in honor of some sort of special event like promotion. Most often it's a bridal shower, baby shower, baby shower. That does, oh, that sounded wrong. Let's just forget I said that, shall we? Thank you. Okay. Baby shower. But it can sometimes herald it's usually a happy announcement worth celebrating. There. And that's it for your week. I mean, more stuff will happen than that, but that's the highlights. And Carrie, have I got that right? Are you still with us, darling?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hooray. All right. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So if you could tell me when your birthday is.
It's 10/13.
Oh, I'm going to say that's October 13th. Oh, that's a great birthday. I have a lot of wonderful friends at that birthday. We like it. You can stay. All right, my angel, what's your question?
I was just wondering if you could connect with any of my loved ones.
Oh, okay. Mediumship is a little tough to do live, but let's pick out a specific, well, I guess we don't have to. There's a woman coming forward. Is your mom still with us, or did your mom pass over?
No, she's still with us.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. This feels like a grandmother of some kind. Either that.
Yeah, my grandma has passed.
Hold on. Wait a minute. This is either an aunt or a close. No, this feels like a close woman friend of yours. That's what that is. Oh, golly. She reminds me a lot of my friend Christine. Have you had a woman friend pass in the last 5 years?
No, I have not. I have had a couple of aunts and my grandmother, though.
You had a couple of aunts. I guess it was an aunt. I really like her. She's a very sort of young-seeming auntie. She dresses quite well. So she looks like she was kind of the cool auntie. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know if
the ones I was hoping to connect with, though, are
looks like her name would be Anne to me.
Yeah, her middle name.
I'm sorry? Oh, is her middle
name?
Yeah,
her middle name is Anne.
Let me see if I can get her first name. She had a very nice old-fashioned first name, but I can't quite get it. It's not Lucy. It's not Verna. What was her first name?
Cheryl.
Okay. It was coming up, but that's a really nice name. Okay. Hold on. Oh, she likes you. Oh, aren't you adventurous? Huh. Okay. She likes you.
Yeah, we were pretty close.
Yeah. And you take after her. I feel like she was kind of the most adventurous one in the family to a certain extent. And that you have a kind of badass attitude that takes after hers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got the right person. Interesting. I wonder why she showed up. Her mother has passed. So your grandmother has passed, it feels like.
Yes. Yeah. My grandmother was
an older woman who's shorter than she is.
Yeah, that would be her daughter. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, her mother was kind of a badass too, but she had to keep it kind of on the DL.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, kind of wow.
Are
Is this some
there
sort of,
any males coming through?
very conservative family?
Yes.
Are there any what coming through?
Are there any males coming through?
I can only sort of do one or two people at once, so it's hard. This is a long distance call, Toots. So I'm gonna stick
Yeah,
with these
I was
Oh,
really
wait a
hoping
minute.
that
Now
my
you said
son,
that, of course, now that you said that, a guy's, oh, he's handsome.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to take a little time alone with him. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your friend Mike. Dark hair, blue eyes or green eyes?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's cute. Hey, Mike. Yep, that's Mike. Got him.
His first name is Mark.
He left unexpectedly.
Yes.
His first name is Mark. I'm sorry. Oh, I like it. Okay, wait a minute. One at a time, guys.
Yeah, I also had a son who passed away.
You're either in a long-term relationship. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I was kind of hoping he would come through.
With that because I can't be psychic in 5 directions. I don't know. Maybe that's. Hold on. No, he looks different. He's got. Is he got? Oh, darling, that's the worst thing I can imagine. Okay. Is he slender, about 5'10", 5'11"?
Yes.
Does he have light brown hair?
Yes.
Oh, I love him. Oh, I'm so sorry.
He's got a really good personality.
A great personality, and he's oh God, that's the worst thing I can imagine. Boy, does he love you. He's got a sister he wants to say hi to too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he loved her a lot too. Whew, this is exhausting. Okay, so we've got an aunt. You know, I'm I'm going to ask you to tip me. Let me go. I want to stay with your son because Mike, your aunt and Mike and everybody took a step away, took a step back when he appeared. They want you to talk. He's okay. What is he saying? He loves you. Did he have a motorbike? Well, listen to me. Did he have a motorcycle or what?
Yes, he did.
He did? Okay.
Yes.
I hope that's not how he passed.
No,
it's not how he passed.
No, it is. He was in a motorcycle accident.
It is. It is. Okay. I'm very, very sorry. Yeah, that's what he was saying that, but I didn't want to hear it. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little emotional. Forgive me.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
That's why the motorcycle came up first.
So he knows what happened.
God. He knows what happened, but the reason you're confused is because he was around you for about 6 months because he wasn't sure what was going on, right?
Yes. Yep.
Can you give me a second?
Sorry?
What was his first name?
Tyler?
Lyle? What?
Tyler.
Tyler, okay. I was getting the Y and the L and the E. I was getting Kyle or Lyle, but Tyler, yeah. He's sad. He's okay where he is, and believe me, it's very nice where he is. But he gets to be with you, but he misses you. He misses his romantic person, his girlfriend. I don't know why I said romantic person. Did he have a son?
Not that we know of.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's an important caveat there. Okay. He wants his sister. I can't tell if he has a brother as well. I feel like there are 3.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Damn, I'm good. He wants them to know that he loves them very much, that he wasn't intending to pass when he did, that he's still with them, and if they don't do what he told them to do, he's going to come back and smack them. Is that something he'd say?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, that's not how I talk, so it better be how he talks. Oh, Tyler, he's also very, very cute. Woo,
yes, he is.
Guys on the show. Hold on a second. I need some ginger ale. Oh no, focus on my ginger ale. Oh well, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, it's a lot. All right.
Okay.
And he was messing with me too. He was
Yes,
the one who
that's
said
him.
Lyle, and then you said Tyler. He was messing with me. Is that something he'd do?
Yeah, absolutely. He was totally a jokester.
He just asked me to take my hair down, and I don't know why, but he likes blondes.
Yeah.
He does,
yeah,
right?
he was definitely a jokester.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's so present. I'm gonna have to ask him not to stick around.
Does he feel like
I'm gonna ask him,
does he
Tyler,
feel like he caused the accident, or does he feel like somebody else caused the accident?
somebody else caused the accident.
Yeah.
There was a drunk. It
That's
feels
what I
like there was a
thought.
drunk driver.
Yeah, that's what I thought
Yeah.
too.
A drunk plumber. Did they ever catch the person?
No, they
I'm
did not.
very sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
that's
pretty positive that the
not
person
over
was
yet.
drinking.
And the guy's a plumber. I don't.
Oh
mean
my
to,
God,
I don't
that's
mean
so
to
crazy.
diss plumbers, but the
No, he
yeah,
was
the person
he
was
was going to school to be a plumber.
Oh, okay, that's where I'm getting plumber. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to diss plumbers. Sorry, I'm good, but sometimes it's a little hard to tell what I'm being told.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's the plumber part. No, the guy, it was a guy and he was drunk. No, oh no, it wasn't a guy. It was a woman and she was drunk.
Correct.
I can't believe a woman would hit and run.
That it was absolutely
You know what?
a
They're
girl.
gonna catch her. It was a girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
They're gonna catch her, and I hope she fries. I'm sorry. I'm usually a pretty liberal person, but the world
Yeah,
needs
she
a
so
lot
far
more
has gotten
Tylers,
away
a lot
with it.
fewer. Well, she's not going to get away with it forever. Trust me on this.
That's good to hear.
Trust me on this. If I've ever said, and Tyler's going to make sure that happens. I love him.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to
Me
ask
too.
him, is it okay if I ask him to go home with you and not stay here with me? Because sometimes they
Yes.
get a little confused. So Tyler, I am extremely grateful that you came and that you were so specific, and that he says, Mom, I love you more than, not noses, not roses. I love you more than, I don't know, I can't get the last word, but he wants you to know I love you. He loves you more than anyone or anything that's ever existed. He loves you, and he loves his dad too, and he loves his brother and his sister. But he loves you so much, and he's with you, not in an embarrassing way, just in a good way. And he will occasionally steal your keys because you have a tendency to lose your keys. Is that true?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, I think we got enough confirmation. This is Tyler. He's here, and he sends his love, and there is no death. Well, I mean, we go into a better, bigger room, but love doesn't die. Personality doesn't die. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that till I started doing this work. So please,
thank you very
know,
much.
Karen, he's with you. He loves you. He gave you, I don't think I've ever gotten that many signs in that short a span for confirmation. So do you feel that this is confirmation that he came through for you?
Absolutely, 100%.
I'm so glad. And I'm so incredibly sorry for your loss, but he's right there with you. And boy, does he love you. And
thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, darling. Stay in touch. Let me know how you are. I'm Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like periwinkle. And Lyons, Lyons. I'm in Facebook. Just keep in touch and let me know how you are, okay? Because I care.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful night.
Bye, sweetie. Oh. I'm not sure I can take another caller. That was a lot of work. It was very joyous work. I'm very grateful to Carrie for being so forthcoming. I'm very grateful to Tyler for being so forthcoming. Wow. I guess I can take another caller if we have one. Whew. Jeanette, I don't think I can do more mediumship work. I'm happy to answer any psychic questions for you, but let's start with your birthday.
Okay, sounds good. August 14th, 1985.
Oh, I have shoes older than you. You're just, August 14th. I think that was Alfred, director Alfred Hitchcock's birthday.
What was that?
Oh, I get so many Leos in this show. I love Leos. And Leo.
Oh, thank you.
Love Leos. You guys are so much fun. You're like champagne as a person. If a person was champagne, that's a Leo.
I agree. Thank you.
It's
I'd love
true.
to have fun.
All right, my darling. I don't know. Let me just ask my producer how much time we have so I know how fast to talk.
Okay.
Dave, are you playing games in 5 minutes? Okay. Dave, are you playing games on your iPhone? Okay. Hello, my darling. So do you have a specific question, my angel? How can I help you? It feels like you've got 2 questions, but I think we only have time for 1. So pick one, love or career.
Love.
Atta girl after my own heart. You're a romantic. All Leos are romantic.
I am.
I know.
Yeah.
You're awesome. I love your voice. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask, is your romantic interest, do you like boys, girls, llamas? Which? Just so I know.
Boys.
Yeah, me too. Sometimes I wish I could change it because they're difficult. Boys are difficult. I like them, but they're difficult. Sometimes I think it would be nice to go out with a girl because they're sane. Women are sane. We're sane, but we can't help how we're built. Anyway, you got 3 guys on the run, hun. I don't know what you're calling me for. You should have your own show. I don't even know if you know this, but you've got one back and forth relationship. Well, you're very attractive. I don't think you know that either. So will you just take Auntie Perry's word for it? You're very attractive, and just from here on in, just assume that and treat men like the dirt beneath your feet. Will you do that for your Auntie Perry, my cherished duckling?
I wouldn't treat him like dirt, but
very attractive person. So there are 2 guys who have mad crushes on you. One is at work. One is someplace. Is there a place you go that's not work? I know it's called home.
Yeah. My son's karate studio. I'm there 4 days a week, and also I volunteer at his school.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I love that you volunteer. You're awesome.
Yeah.
I think one of the karate instructors or one of the older kids has a huge crush on you. Maybe both.
Oh my God. You know what? I was going to ask you that question because his girlfriend is the other instructor, and she's been giving me the stink eye, and I was wondering if it was in my head or not.
Oh yeah, has she? She's giving you shade? No, it's not in your head. I like to save time by telling you the answer to your question before you ask it. I'm a New Yorker.
Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah,
tonight
she's giving you
I
shade.
felt weird vibes with.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. He likes you, she doesn't. Well, that was easy. Next question. I don't think they're going to stay together though. I watch a lot of true crimes. Oh, thank you. So are you. I got to say, I wish you lived closer. Damn. God for beer. I watched too much true crime, and at least 3 different female karate instructors have featured on Snapped. So don't make her mad would be but he really likes you. Also, somebody else who's not there, I think it's somebody you volunteer with, likes you. And there is somebody that you see off and on, but you're not mean enough to him. You have to be mean. Grr, like that. Grr. See, like that.
I don't know who that would be. I've been single and I've never I don't know who that would be. I've been single for 6 months. I've never dated an ex or anything like that. Once I'm done with him, I never go back. I block him and have never dated the same guy.
We haven't arrived yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? You and me both. Same time, same deal. We've got 60 seconds, so I'm going to talk really fast. The person that I see coming for you, I'm sorry because for me, all time is now. So sorry about that. Sometimes my timing is a little off and I'm a little tired from the previous. So here's the deal. You do have somebody coming. He is within 6 months. I think he's in 5 months. I think you're probably going to meet him over the holidays. I I think he's very cute too. And he's single.
Okay.
He's not, so don't, you're also going to meet somebody who isn't single. That might be the karate instructor. Stay away because you do not want to be karate chopped. But the karate instructor will come back around. I think he and I are both terrified of his girlfriend.
Yeah.
So, but he does have a crush on you. This guy, I think you're going to meet through volunteering or at the school in some way. It's a single father. Yes, it is. Oh, courtship with Eddie's father. And you guys, you're going to know as soon as you meet each other. Trust me on this. All right, my love. I'm Perry Lyons. Keep in touch, darling. Get in touch with me on Facebook, Perry Lyons, and I'll give you a free 10 minutes. So get in touch with me and I'll finish our reading, okay? I love you guys. I'll see you next week. 9 p.m. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm here for you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is John Capello calling today, broadcasting from North Texas here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and we're delighted to have you here on the Psychic Side. And today we're going to have a guest on the telephone, or we're going to try to. We're having some technical difficulties today, but we're delighted to have a guest. But before we do, I just want to welcome any of our new listeners or new people watching us on Moonstruck TV to our program. The Psychic Radio Network is the #1 psychic radio network on Earth, and we're pleased to present our programming to you today. We talk about things that debunk the skeptics, because a lot of people don't think psychic ability exists, and we try to prove it every time where we are either on the air or giving a reading or doing something in public. So we hope that you will tap into your psychic abilities. And I bring guests on who have done just that. They tap into their abilities. And today we have a gentleman by the name of Raymond Guzman. He's from the Corpus Christi area in Texas. And so I hope he's there. Raymond, are you there?
Hi, John, and hello, everyone, and thank you for having me on here. I am so excited and grateful for this opportunity to be on your show.
Well, you're very welcome. I wish we could see you, but sometimes technology doesn't cooperate, and so we'll just have to deal with it, and we'll have to have you back because I don't think you're ugly, but
Absolutely, yeah. I don't understand it so well, but I think we had some technical difficulties, but we'll fix them.
We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll do a test run beforehand, but I know you're new to Skype. So, but welcome to our program. I met you at Indigo Moons in Houston a few months ago, and I've been trying to get you to be on our program, and just one thing has led to another. And I know you've been busy too. But thank you for joining us. And when I saw you in Houston, it said you were a celebrity psychic. Can you tell us a little bit about that and tell us a little bit about your work?
Absolutely. It all started a couple of years ago when I decided to embark on my spiritual journey. I had a spiritual awakening as well as a near-death experience. And I kind of, at the time, I knew that I had this gift since I was a child. But after my near-death experience, I had a heart attack. For those of you that are wondering, like, what kind of NDE or what kind of near-death experience I had, it propelled me into this career. And so I always say I didn't choose mediumship and psychic work. It chose me. And I understood that I had a gift to help people after my NDE. It's like we have this reckoning, so to speak, that everything becomes very clear. And I actually have a business degree in business administration. So I went to college and I worked in the corporate world for a long time. And then again, after the NDE, I realized that this was all happening. So how I came about reading celebrities and everyday people was that I decided to take my gift to the airwaves, to kind of like what you do with this radio network. I decided I wanted a social media platform. I wanted to show people and showcase my abilities and make predictions and give psychic insight into the lives of celebrities, because they're kind of like just like these. There's this salacious. I don't know if that's even the right word. There's this intrigue that fans have and people have of their favorite celebrities and stars. So what I did is just like I would do in a private session, except for it's a little bit more tactful because I can't share certain specific things on air. since it's not like I'm having a one-on-one with the celebrities, I decided to do like a reading, like I would do in a private setting, giving insight about the celebrities and what I see. Again, being very ethical and tactful as possible, with the person that I'm reading. And then from that, I kind of started posting that on my YouTube channel. It grew and the following grew. And then I have my fan base, which I call my Rays of Light. They're like my soul family that I've created. And so they've been very supportive throughout this whole journey in the last couple of years. But some of the celebrities that I've read for is Megan King Edmonds from The Real Housewives of Orange County, Rachel True from The Craft, the 1995 Craft, not the new remake. And then, a couple of others along the way. But yeah, that's how it came about, And so some of these people, when I read for them, they became friends or they reached out personally as a client for a private reading, etc. So it's opened up. My gift has opened up a lot of doorways for me, and I'm very grateful to God first and foremost, to Spirit, the universe, the divine power, whatever you want to call it. Because without Spirit, without them, this couldn't be possible. I'm just a messenger or just a vessel, So I'm very grateful for this.
Well, that's wonderful. I have a business degree too, and I kind of got into it kind of kicking and screaming. I didn't have a near-death
Did you?
experience, but pardon me?
Oh, I was saying,
too?
did you? I didn't know that about you, that you had the business degree too. That's interesting. Like we all have like a set of skills or education training, and then we go into something different.
Yes, and well, it's kind of a calling, and sometimes we have to get a jolt to get us to do what we're supposed to do. And in my case, my father passed away, and people said they thought they saw him in a building that he owned, and so we investigated it, and I was invited to go to some psychic classes, and I became a top student in it, and I had an affinity for it. And then one thing led to another, and just one career didn't pan out, and another career didn't pan out. So I wound up doing this, and this is where I landed and have stayed for over 30 years. So we have that in common. And now, do you travel to other places besides Corpus Christi? I know you go to Houston, but today earlier you told me you were in San Antonio. Do you do your work there as well?
Oh yes, I do a lot of traveling between the major cities here in Texas. Like I try to do events, metaphysical fairs in Corpus Christi, San Antonio, Houston, Austin. I've even done one in Burbank last year. So I went to Burbank, California. So I'm kind of like expanding and trying to venture out to different cities, different states. That's on the outlook for the 2024. So I'm very excited with the things that are to come.
Well, very good, very good. So what do you enjoy most about being a psychic medium?
I have to say, John, the thing that gives me the most pleasure is seeing the healing that takes place from this gift. When people begin to cry, I take no joy in that, but I know that it's impacted them. Or, if they don't cry, they give me a big hug, or they say a thank you, that this actually gave them a lot of insight, that it was helpful. And that's what the whole gift, I believe, from my perspective as a psychic medium, we were given the gift to help heal the world, to elevate consciousness, to be a bridge and a gap between, to bridge the gap between the spiritual world, spiritual realm, and the physical earth that we're on. And so I really, really feel like a warm feeling inside, and know that I'm doing good with my gift when I'm able to provide closure for people who, have yet are still wounded, or they're still dealing with grief, or they're still dealing with questions that they need answers to.
So you would say that you validate them, and that you kind of demonstrate the continuity of life, that we continue after the death process, and would you say that this helps them with their their grief?
Oh, absolutely. And sometimes the grieving process will still continue thereafter. We provide insight and healing for them, but it's I personally lost my mother in July, And it was the hardest thing. And I think that my ego, the ego self, my physical self here on earth, was wanting to be selfish at the time and hold on to her as much as I could. And I fought, and then understanding as the medium that I am, my mom also was a medium as well. She didn't do it publicly. She did not read people publicly. She was more of like of just having the gift and knowing of speaking to spirit. She would see them. But when I lost her, I had to before she passed, I had to talk to her, just like I'm sure many listeners today, if they, some of them may have had someone that they loved, and in the last hours, I had to give my mom permission. I told her, I give you permission to cross over if you want to, to go to heaven, to go home. It's okay. I'm going to be okay. Don't worry about me. And I said that, and it was so hard, and I meant it though, because I didn't want to see her in pain. I didn't want to see her suffering. And so I think that, even with that, like understanding and using the gifts for good, it gives me a peace, and it helped me with the grieving process. I'm still grieving every day. I miss my mom. She was my best friend and confidant, but I know, and I'm happy because I know that she's doing things and helping me from the other side. And it's like, for all of you out there, if you don't, a lot of people, I guess, as a medium, and you can probably attest to this too, John, a lot of people come to us and they're like, well, I can't feel my loved one. I can't see them. I can't communicate with them. How do I know they're there? Trust me, they're there with us. They're always thinking of us. When you think of them, they're with you. Their soul's with you. When you listen to that song that y'all used to listen to, they're there with you. So, like my mom, I feel her always around me, and when I'm thinking of her, I find comfort. So it's a beautiful feeling. It really is.
It is. It is. It is. I know it's nice to know that our loved ones are there, and sometimes people don't realize that they're just standing next to them or just right there
Oh yeah.
over their shoulder or whatever. So
Hmm.
it is a good feeling knowing that we can bring them some happiness that their loved ones are alive and just in the spirit world. So, what advice would you give someone who's just starting out in this field, and how would you tell them to get started?
That's a good question, and thank you for asking that. I would have to say, if you have a spiritual gift and you want to do what John and I do, or create your own mold, even if you're not identifying yourself as a psychic medium, but you're maybe a Reiki healer, or doing some form of healing modalities, etc. I would say to be unapologetically you first and foremost. Do what you feel is the right thing for you to do, but also have thick skin, because I will say that the spiritual community is just like every other industry. There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of things that you will experience, and you have to really just believe in yourself. Don't get too much in your head about the future. Take it one day at a time. I feel like if you were given a gift, there's a reason for it. Use it for good always. And I will say that because there are people out there that use their gift for the not so good. But I feel like, don't be afraid to be unique. And I feel like for a lot of people, you have to push out of the barriers and the constraints that have been put upon you since childhood. And what I'm referring to is a lot of social conditioning, because a lot of people that are Christian feel like or any religious background, they feel like they cannot be a psychic or a medium, or they can't, do spiritual work because of the religious constraints or the religious teachings that they have. But know that God is love, and God loves us all, and God makes no mistakes. And I firmly believe, I have come up I come up against a lot of religious people who didn't understand the gift, and I explained to them, not to get into religion too much, but because I respect everybody from no matter what nationality, religious beliefs, etc. But just try to understand that, Jesus, when we look at him as a figure, I always say he was a medium himself. He could communicate with the Father who was in spirit, right? He could heal the sick, so he was a healer as well. So that's kind of how I position it to a lot of Christians or religious people. And I let them know that I firmly believe that this gift comes from God. You know, it's not me. I take no credit for what I do. I'm very humble person. I know that if it wasn't for the divine power, I wouldn't be here. So I kind of like let people know it's okay to have your own set of beliefs and still believe in God or whatever you want to call the divine source, etc. And integrate that into into your patterns, but and your teachings, your own. But I feel like your greatest teacher is going to be yourself with your gift. You have to believe in your gift. You have to believe in spirit, because you can read manuals and books all day. You can take courses, and you'll have teachers and mentors, and that all helps. But at the end of the day, it's your relationship with spirit and your relationship with your higher self that's going to guide you through this journey.
Now, would you say though that when you're doing readings and you experience doing your readings, that you learn a little bit about yourself too?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part,
Do you think you learn a little bit about yourself when you are doing readings?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like I'm continuously learning. I don't know everything. And I feel like on this journey, you're going to find life is about continuously being open to learning from the people that you read, from spirit, from other teachers like mentors, other psychics and mediums. We're going to learn a lot about ourselves. Wherever, I always say that energy is always flowing and ebbing and flowing. It's always changing. It's always, we're always growing as individuals here.
Well, because I agree with you. I believe it's kind of a part of our journey of self-discovery, and we find out more about ourselves, and we grow. Our perspectives change, and they broaden, and they get wider as time goes on. And it sounds like you're pretty much on the same path that I've been on, and you've done it in record time, very very quickly. So that's great. And so maybe your mom will now be your guide as well, because moms are good about that. And
I think so.
Yeah. Well, because it sounds like she was a really good person, and that she was a wise person as well. So have you written any books or anything, or what's next for you? What do you think? Where do you think you're going with your work?
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that about my mom. I really do truly believe that with all my heart and soul, that she is my guide and helping me now. As far as like what's next for me, I have a lot of upcoming excited projects that I can't. There's some things I can't talk about, but things that involve like possibly like TV, etc. But one of the things that I have done is written a book. It's called Starseed Footsteps. It's on Amazon, Barnes and Noble. It's on all the major bookstores. And I wrote this in 2018, right around maybe about. I started reading people professionally around 2014. So right around 2018, 4 years after I got started, I felt like there were so many people coming to me with questions about, how do you understand angel numbers, and how do you understand what happens to us when we pass. So I wrote this book, and it's available, and it kind of like it's written in a blog format, but it breaks down different chapters. There's 44 chapters, I believe, and it breaks down different topics so that it's user friendly, and it kind of explains for people who are starting their spiritual journey and maybe need a little guide as to understanding, like, hey, I'm not alone. Like, he has experienced
Raymond,
that too, and she's experienced that.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we only have a couple minutes left. How can people find you on social networks? Time goes so fast, but
I know.
How can people find
all of
you
my
on
social media
Facebook?
handles are at Psychic Medium Ray. You can visit my website, www.raymondguzman.net. And
great.
again, all of my social media handles are at Psychic Medium Ray. So.
Okay. Well, very good. Well, thank you so much for joining me today and being a part of our show. We got things off to a slow start, but boy, you really answered a lot of questions and covered a lot of ground. So thank you very much. we still have a couple of minutes left. Any final thoughts that you'd like to give? And I'll spend the last minute kind of wrapping things up. But do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Absolutely. I just want to thank you first and foremost, and the radio network for being able to be on this show. I think it's fabulous what you're doing. Bringing people like myself, other spiritualists out, and giving them a platform and a beacon. I just, any listener out there that is kind of like still navigating their journey, don't give up. That's the biggest thing. If you have a dream, you have a goal, no matter if it's to be in the spiritual community, et cetera, if it's realizing your business plans, never give up on your dreams. Always have a mentality and a vision.
Well, very good. Well, good advice. So thanks again. And I want to thank all of you for joining me today here on the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I, of course, want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for sponsoring us again this month. And be sure to go to their website, miraclesofjoy.org, I believe. It might be .net. Check that out. I just type it in, it's there. So just go there and be sure to use their promo code PS0023, and that will get you a 25% discount on anything that you purchase there. So once again, thanks a lot for joining me. I'm John Capello. Like me on Facebook, and I will be here next week here on the Psychic Side. So I look forward to seeing you then and talking to you then too. So take care. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
To A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Yes, we're heading towards the time of the year where the spooky things come out to play. It's next week, obviously, but I just thought we'd get in a little bit early this year and try and have a little bit of fun. It's been sort of such a hard year in lots of ways, and just to lighten the mood a little bit with all the things that are going on in the world and the things that are going on in the Middle East and so much fighting over in Ukraine. And I just thought we'd sort of get into holiday atmosphere a little tiny bit early this year. So that's why we're decorating for Halloween just that tad early. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is one of my favorite cards. It's called the Emperor. The Emperor represents stability or stabilizing influence coming into your life. Now, look, I'm sure many of us could do with a lot more stability coming into our lives, and I know they certainly could overseas in the war zone areas. But for the rest of us people around the globe, we could all do with a little bit of stabilizing influence coming into our lives, I think, and sort of bringing things into a more happy place than where we've been for such a long period of time. It's nice to sort of think that we can finally start to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and some of our troubles are going to be in the rear vision mirror. And for anybody that hasn't been feeling well in this last week, we send our healing energy to you also, because just because you know, we have different times of the year and the change of the season. Sometimes that brings on, you know, illnesses that we weren't expecting, colds and things like that. So it's a time to sort of really think of our fellow man and think of everybody around us, that not everybody might be having quite the stabilizing influence that we might be experiencing. And it's time to share that around with everybody else. So that's the card of the week. Now, interestingly enough, in the last 7 days, the sun has moved into Scorpio. So that's, you know, the nice time of the year for Scorpios. So happy birthday, Scorpios. But it also means a time for the rest of the 11 signs. It's a time when we start to reflect a little bit. We start to look at what we've actually been able to achieve this year. What do we need to still work on as we start to head towards the pointy end of the year, where we're wrapping the calendar year up? And for many people, it can be a time of deep reflection, of emotions feeling very sort of a little bit down or a little bit heavier than they normally do. And that's okay, because the Scorpio energy is about, it relates to frozen water, so that becomes ice. So it means it's a time to not necessarily put our emotions on ice, but it's a time when things might become a little bit more intense. We need to give it a little bit more attention, and to pay attention to the way that we're dealing with other people and speaking to other people. It's not the time to fly off the handle. It's not the time to sit in judgment. It's the time to try and have our understanding arms open for each and every person that we may come in contact with. Not everybody's going to be having a great week or a great life, and you know, sometimes we just need to show a little bit more kindness than we ordinarily would. But for Scorpios, it's your time of the year to shine. Happy birthday. Enjoy this time in the sun. Enjoy the time when you can be in the limelight a little bit and soak up the sort of the loving energy from family and friends around you as you celebrate your special time of the year. So we have Chiron, the planet of the healer and situations, is sitting in Aries at the moment. Now it's conjunct or holding hands the North Node. Now the reason I'm starting here is that this relates to each and every one of the 12 signs. It's Chiron is where we find areas in our lives that we may need to heal, or we need to move past, or we need to sort of try and help ourselves through and understand why we're feeling this very, very intense energy. Now the North Node is not a planet. The North Node is showing us the way forward. So with it sitting in Aries at the moment, it's asking each and every one of us to start to take the reins to our own lives and start to tell ourselves that we are the ones that can do our own healing. We are the ones that can show ourselves the way forward. The healing process starts with us. Sometimes we've got to forgive ourselves or say to ourselves that, okay, nothing more could have been done under the situation. Now I'm going to close the door and I'm going to move forward. And today is a brand new day and the beginning of the rest of my life. So sometimes that's all it takes, is to break that circuit, is to be able to sort of take the responsibility on our own shoulders and stop blaming someone else for something that's not going completely right in our lives the way that we would want it to do, and sort of start to sort of take that responsibility on our own shoulders and progress and move forward. So we'll go back to the Scorpio energy now. The sun is in Scorpio. So again, happy birthday to all the Scorpios. We also have the sun conjunct or holding hands Mercury, the planet of communication, who is also conjunct or holding hands the planet Mars, the planet of action. So what this means is for Scorpios, Pisces, and Cancers, and the opposite sign of Taurus particularly, is the fact that communication at the moment is going to seem as if it's very intense, it's very deep. You need to look under the covers. You don't need to just take things at superficial or face value. Sometimes it's not necessarily what somebody says, it's their intent behind it. Are they trying to deceive you? Are they trying to hide something from you? Are they trying to protect themselves? Are they trying to slow the process down? If you're waiting on important documents or legal matters and you're under this sign, this can be a time of delay. Now, it's not necessarily saying that the delays are necessary. It's saying that sometimes delays are created by the other person deliberately on purpose to try and trick you, or to try and slow the process down, or not wanting to disclose something, or not wanting to put something on the table. If it's a legal matter and the other side of dragging their heels, maybe they're doing this on purpose to try and rattle your cage, to unnerve you, to sort of hope that you'll give up on the situation and that you'll sort of say, oh, it's all too hard, and throw your hands in the air and say that's it. In some cases, it may be that they don't feel that they want to disclose the information that's being asked for, or being requested. And don't forget, the Scorpio energy is quite secretive by nature. It is about delving deep and digging deep and sort of looking under the crevices, looking behind those dark places, looking deep into your soul and sort of asking yourself, why am I so emotionally attached to what this is? What are the triggers here? Why am I being so fixed and rigid in this situation? Am I being realistic, or am I just being downright nasty? Now, you're the only one that can answer that. And I'm not saying all Scorpios are nasty, certainly not. But what I'm saying is sometimes that they can be so fixed and rigid that they can't bend or sort of be prepared to look at someone else's point of view, because their point of view is the only one that matters. And this is a time where we need to make sure that we are flexible, that we're not doing the wrong thing, that the information that we may be requested or are sharing is the truth and nothing but the truth, and we are being open and transparent. That way then you will get a better result. If you try and be clever and try and be deceitful or withhold information or not tell the complete story, you will come unstuck, because Mars here is the planet of action. Now, Mars has the ability to sort of come in and be like a knife and just slice it straight down the middle and say, well, okay, if you don't want to open up the information or whatever the case may be, I'll just slice it straight down the middle and the whole lot will flop out. You know, warts and all, everything that you've tried to keep so sacred or so close to your chest will be exposed. And with Mars here, Mars doesn't make it pretty or easy. Mars just comes in and is very dynamic and very direct and very fast. It's a little bit like Uranus in a situation like this. He doesn't sort of care what prisoners he takes with him or who he hurts or how he achieves what he's trying to achieve. It's the ability to sort of get the information out there quickly. So if you are a Scorpio and you're holding information back, or, you know, you've been asked to disclose something, please do yourself a favor. Be quick about it. Don't drag it out, because it's not going to be in your best interest in the long run. We also have Saturn, the planet of discipline and stickability, I like to call it. I know that's probably not a word, but it sort of means to stabilize things. It gives you that determination to make things right in your life. Now, Saturn is actually at the moment conjunct or holding hands with the moon in Pisces. Now, Saturn will be there till towards the end of the year, early December, I think it is. No, only November. It's going to be another couple of weeks with Saturn in this placement. So with Saturn here stabilizing our emotions in Pisces, this is probably a good thing, because a lot of Pisceans have sort of been really feeling a little bit as if they've been pulled in 1,000 different directions recently. With so much activity been going on in their sign, this is also a time where they can sort of just exhale a little bit and say, okay, I can relax a little bit. I don't need to be sort of constantly in high gear. Things are in place. I've done everything that was needed to be done, everything that was required of me. Now I can just take a little bit of breathing space. And it's interesting here with Saturn sort of really calming the moon down, sort of giving some clarity there. It's not that Pisceans, as people describe them, like two fish chasing their tail and never being able to bring things into balance. I disagree with that. I think they're a very creative sign. They have the power of the previous 11 signs at their fingertips. So they have the ability to reinvent themselves or swim a different direction or change course in midstream, which most of us can't do. So this is giving them an even more stabilizing factor there, particularly on the emotional front. And they've been through a number of really tough emotional decisions recently. 2023 hasn't been the easiest year for Pisces, particularly on an emotional front. There's been lots of family and work issues that they've had to process. So this is nice to be able to sort of say there's a stabilizing factor there and things can just calm down a little bit. If you're in the market for love and you've been searching for that someone special in your life, Venus is currently in Virgo at the moment. So what this means here with Venus in Virgo, it gives us the ability to be a little bit more nitpicky, to be a little bit more definite and sure of the type of relationship that we would like to attract. So if you meet somebody new while Venus is transiting through Virgo, be prepared that you might be a little bit more picky than usual. You might sort of turn around and say, look, you're nice, but this is a deal breaker for me. And that's okay, because sometimes I think we need to be able to sort of be very clear with ourselves. The type of person that we want to attract to somebody that's going to be special in our lives has to be somebody that we can trust, that really fits in with our personality, our lifestyle. And, second best isn't the right situation. We want the top, we want the cream, don't we? We want the top of the tree. We want the very, very best if we're attracting new love in our lives at the moment. By the same token, it's asking you to get out and about in the fresh air, and, you know, the potential of meeting somebody isn't necessarily in a nightclub. It's in the open spaces, it's outdoors, it's going to the gym, it's looking after yourself. It's sort of, you know, maybe down at the local growers market, you know, somewhere where you're sort of taking more interest in yourself and getting out in the fresh air. So we have Chiron. We've already spoken about Chiron. We've got Uranus in Taurus at the moment. Now, Uranus in Taurus is still bringing things out of sort of nowhere. So it is trying to bring a stabilization factor to Taurians, Virgos, and Capricorns, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. But it can only bring, you know, things out into the open, things in a sudden sort of way, and try to stabilize them if you're being truthful and honest with yourself. Again, I come back to that truthful situation. Uranus doesn't just create openings just because you want them to happen. Uranus creates openings out of blockages. If there's a blockage or something that needs to be cleared, then Uranus will be the planet that comes in like the bolt of lightning, strikes the ground and moves things along. But Uranus also brings things out into the open. If you've been trying to hide things, Uranus will be the one to expose it. So be very aware of that if you're any one of those signs. We also have Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity, is sitting in Taurus until December this year. So Jupiter is still going retrograde at the moment. So it's sort of, it's not holding hands with Uranus, but it's just sort of saying that, okay, yes, there is new opportunities out there for the earth signs and Scorpios, but you need to be very careful that they are the opportunities that you want them to be. You know, people sort of see Jupiter and they say, yippee doodle dandy, everything's going to expand, everything's going to get bigger, my bank balance is going to get bigger, everything in my life is expanding. But when it's retrograde, it's asking you to make sure that your motives are correct, because if you are being greedy or deceitful in any way, Jupiter here actually works in the opposite. Jupiter actually takes away from you because of your greed. So you need to be very, very careful there, because Jupiter is in retrograde in Taurus until early December. So even when it starts to move forward, doesn't necessarily all of a sudden say you're out of the danger zone. You can go back to being deceitful or trying to trick a system or cheat somebody out of something that's rightfully theirs. It just means that it will be a time when things will probably come more out into the open. At the moment, they're slightly hidden because of the retrograde process. Things have slowed down a little bit, but it's time for you to sort of start to be more open and honest in your life, and make sure that you're doing everything correctly, because Jupiter is a stickler for detail and for truth. And it doesn't matter which sign it might be visiting, it just means that it will dig and dig and dig until it does get to the truth. So don't think you can hide anything from Jupiter just because it's sitting in a more stable or a slower sign like Taurus, where things, you know, don't happen quickly, but when they do happen, they're very definite. Jupiter here does not like to be tricked in any way. Jupiter likes everything to be above board. So that's where we're going to leave astrology for this week. We're going to talk with Marie in Topeka in Kansas. Are you there, Marie?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Marie?
Yes, I was just wanting a reading. Just here for my grandmother.
Okay, sweetie, look, there's no guarantees I can, you know, dial up your grandmother on the other side, but if you have a question of an area of your life that you would like some further clarification on, I can certainly answer that for you. And if grandma comes through, I'll certainly pass on any messages.
Yes, and do you pregnancy readings?
Pregnancy readings are things we're not allowed to do by law governing the different states around and countries around the world. What I can tell you is that there's some bright, happy news that's family related. So if you want to relate that to pregnancy news, that's how we'll look at that. There's other areas of your life, though, Marie, that I feel this year that you've had to really work hard on. Has it been a sort of a bit of an up and down year as far as emotions this year while you're trying to get everything where you want it to be?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're showing me that we're not quite out the other side of that yet. It's sort of like, it's still sort of like an almighty push forward to get where we want to go before the end of the year. But I do feel that, you know, dreams can become a reality. Has your grandmother been coming to you in your dreams recently?
No, she's always on my mind for a while.
Okay, because The reason I asked that, because what she was sort of showing me was that she's been coming to you in your dreams, whether you'll realize it or not. You know, she may not have come in and announced herself, but she's been putting ideas and thoughts and things like that into your head of a night as you've been sleeping. She's been trying to help you in that way. It may not have been a conscious thing. You know, yes, you said you've been thinking about her a lot. She's always in your mind. Well, she's there of a night as well. She's helping you try and sort of make the best choices that are possible. She keeps showing me a baby girl that she's nursing. Is that something that you're hoping for or wishing for?
Yeah, it's a child, baby girl, baby boy.
Yeah, no, she's showing me a baby. Well, I'm assuming it's a baby girl. It's wrapped up in a pink bunny rug. So that's why I'm assuming a baby girl. But she's showing me that she's nursing it and rocking it backwards and forwards. So I can only take from that there is a baby to come. And, you know, she's saying she's not quite ready yet to pass her over, but it won't be too long. So I feel you're on the right track. Whatever you've been doing, just try and relax. Know that you're being protected. Know that she's there with you constantly all the time, whether it's daytime or nighttime. Your grandma's always there, and she's showing me this baby, and the baby looks a good size to me. You know, like I think you're going to have a very healthy, bouncing baby girl before 12 months is out. But if there's any indication from what your grandmother's showing me, and she's nodding her head, so I'm taking from that there should be some news sometime in the early part of the new year of, you know, the baby coming into the family, and that's wonderful. But she's just telling me that you just got to stop stressing. She wants to see you smile again. She wants to see you sort of enjoy as we go into the end of the year, the festivities and things like that. Was she big on the holiday season, was she?
You said, was she going on holiday season?
No, I said, did she really love the holiday season, did she? Because she's really emphasizing
Thanksgiving. Yes.
Yeah, she's really emphasizing that she wants you to enjoy it. You know, think of her and enjoy it, and maybe do something a little bit special. Maybe do something that she might have done that you haven't done for a long time. You know, if there was some particular thing that she did year after year, maybe incorporate that into your family celebrations this year. But she's always around you, sweetie, and I'm pretty certain there's going to be a baby, because she keeps rocking this baby and showing me the baby and saying, isn't the baby beautiful? So I don't think she'd be doing that as a cruel joke. She's certainly doing it because she wants to share that with us. So that's where we're going to leave Marie. We're going to talk with Angela now in West Helena in Arkansas in the US. Are you there, Angela?
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I'm just looking for guidance, I guess.
Guidance,
a message,
okay.
General reading, whatever.
Okay, but there's no particular area of your life you'd like me to zone in on, Angela?
Maybe the near future.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Angela, what they're sort of showing me is that this year seems to have been about 2 steps forward, 3 steps backwards. It's like you don't feel as if you've made any great progress this year, but you actually have. So from a psychic standpoint, and from what they're sort of sharing with me from the other side, they're saying to me that they're tipping their hat to you. Sort of, it's like hats off to Angela, like as if you've done really, really well. And you're sort of scratching your head thinking, well, I don't know what I've really achieved that everybody's getting so excited about. But that, you know, sometimes we might look at things and think, well, that wasn't much of an achievement. But to them on the other side, it's a huge achievement, because they've been working with you on that to bring about that conclusion or that situation in your life. And to them, it's a big deal. So whatever you've done this year, whatever you've achieved, how major or how small, they're really pleased with you on the other side. So that's good. Is there potentially a change of residence coming up in 2024?
That I'm not sure. That's one thing I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah, because they're showing me a move of residence with 3 question marks next to it. Now, they weren't saying to me it was a definite, but I'm saying to you, I feel it will be, because they're showing me 3 question marks. Now, I'm going to assume this 3 question marks is not much before March next year. You know, it's sort of like you know, you'll maybe go in and out of, you'll make the decision, then you'll pull away from it, then you'll make the decision again. And by the third time that you actually finally definitely make the decision, it will be the right thing to do. So it's a good situation. I don't feel uncomfortable with it, but I don't feel the urgency that we need to start the process just yet either. Just let your mind go backwards and forwards, you know, like the ebb and the tide of the ocean. It'll go in, it'll come out, it'll go in, it'll come out, and eventually you'll get the right answers to that. It's interesting because they're also showing me whatever you've changed physically in your life this year, and I mean, you know, with diet, exercise, whether you've changed your eating regime or whether you've cut out coffee or whatever the case may be, they're showing me that it's starting to pay off because your physical health is starting to improve, your energy levels are starting to become consistent, and if anything, they're saying to me that you're looking younger than you've looked before. So that's quite a nice compliment if they're saying that from the other side, that they really think you're looking younger. So whatever you've changed, they're suggesting to you to keep it up. And that's a good thing because it means now you're bringing your body and your mind and your soul into balance. And that's an important thing. You know, I think we focus far too much on being a certain dress size than we do about being well. And I think if we can get our bodies well, does it matter what size the package that we come in, as long as we look well, we look good, and we feel confident in ourselves? We don't have to be a particular dress size to be happy with who we are. You know, God made us in all different size packages. He didn't say that we all had to be a certain size. Life would be boring.
Right.
And as long as you feel well, that's the major objective. It doesn't matter what the package, you know, the size of the package, it's how radiant you look. And they were showing me that you're looking radiant. The energy levels are good. Your thinking's very clear. And it's sort of they're getting you ready for 2024, which is going to be a very, very busy year where there's going to be lots of things that are going to be changing. And you need to be ready to be able to incorporate this, you know, not just the move. I think there's going to be a lot of new people entering your life, you know, may potentially be a change at work, whether that means a change of company or just a promotion at work. But, you know, you're going to need all your energy about you to be able to sort of make quick and decisive decisions and to have the energy to follow through on these things. And that's what you've been working towards this year. And that's a really good thing. So they're really happy with you on the other side. They're clapping and cheering and the balloons are going up and it's party time over there. So that's a really good sign. I don't often get to see that, Angela. So that's a real treat for me.
That's wonderful.
So so whatever you've been doing, also I can say just do more of it because it's good. And it's interesting though, because on a little bit of a sad note, there was some situations or things that you had to let go of this year that did leave you a little bit sad, was there not?
Yes. I lost one of my best friends.
Okay. And they're acknowledging that too in the midst of, you know, happy celebrations and party times and whatever. They are acknowledging the tears and the sadness. And they're saying that that's okay too. You know, like everything's got to be in perspective. You can, you know, you can be happy 1 minute, but then be very sad and missing your best friend the next. And that's okay.
Right.
I know she's okay. I don't know that she's come to terms with the fact yet that she's gone. So that makes me think it must have been sudden, was it? She wasn't ready to go.
Right.
Yeah. But she's there. She's got a lot of family around her. She is okay, but she's still coming to terms with the fact she's no longer on earth, and that's okay. You know, not all of us are ready to go when her time's up. But she's certainly around you all the time. She's sort of saying to me there's a particular song. There was a song that the two of you used to sing or dance to or something like that.
Yep.
She's just saying when you get down, listen to the song and know she's there because she's always around you. But she's helping to sort of make next year the best year of your life. So I really feel it's very exciting for you, Angela. So, you know, enjoy the good times and, you know, you can still honour your friend and still feel sad, but at the same time, you can live a life that she would have wanted to live as well and do it partly for her as well. Right. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave Angela now. It's always hard when we lose somebody that we're very, very close to. And I know I talk about it quite a lot on the show, but it is hard, whether it's, you know, a parent or a family member or a friend. When we lose people, it's really difficult. And it's hard for us to come to terms with that and understand that they are okay on the other side, even if it was sudden and unexpected. This week, I'm going to leave you with a song that I didn't really know what to sort of bring about as far as a song for the show this week, because we're sort of in Halloweeny sort of mood and things like that. But it was sort of, I wanted something that was meaningful too. And as I was going through my song list today, just prior to the show, this song jumped out at me, so I'm going to share it with you. I know we've probably shared it before on the show, but it's a really appropriate song. It's called Signs by the 5-man electrical band, and it's just one of those iconic songs that tells us to be ourselves, that it doesn't matter who we are or how we dressed or what we believe in. There's signs around us everywhere, and we just need to be ourselves, be open, be aware to the signs that might be coming through from the other side, or something just to remind us that, it is okay to take 5 minutes out of your day just for yourself and to stop and listen to a song or put, your favourite song on your listening device these days. I like to go back and put it on the turntable. I'm old-fashioned like that. I like to get the vinyl out and really listen to the way music should be, but I know that's showing my age. But whatever makes you happy, whatever the songs are that lift your soul, that's what music can do for us. It can make us feel happy. It can make us feel as if we've got something positive that we can give the world. So it's really important. Make sure this week you make somebody smile, do something kind for someone else. And until next week, bye for now.